Chapter 161. No matter how strong Shirley was, he was only an early-stage 7th Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. He had already been shot several times and his clothes were already stained with blood. Even so, Shirley had no intention of retreating. He even pounced in the direction of the village and attacked the executioners who were killing the villagers. A few hundred meters away from the village, there was a small team led by young Master Moro. This guy led a team of 10 people, but he had no intention of helping Shirley. Instead, he was watching from the side. It was fine if he was just afraid, but what disgusted Ling Xiao was that he had a mocking smile on his face. However, there were also hot-blooded good men like young Master Moro. A small team of 8 people joined the battle. Although the strongest person in this team was only at the peak of the 6th Martial Vein Realm, they did not hesitate to help. After that, another team joined in. There were about 10 of them. Their participation boosted Shirley's morale. He was fighting 2 early-stage 7th Martial Vein Realm Martial Masters alone, and he was even braver. Damn you little things. The boss of the Blue Eyes clan finally stood up. With a gentle wave of his hand, 7 or 8 latent dragon camp disciples were sent flying. 3 of them died on the spot. The other 4 or 5 were seriously injured and unconscious. They could no longer fight. The rest of the fantasy elixir dealers wanted to take the opportunity to kill the latent dragon camp disciples. However, what greeted them was a dazzling and sharp sword light. Ling Xiao had arrived. He increased his speed to the extreme, and even Ling Yixue could not keep up. Even so, he only managed to save a few of his seriously injured companions. Boss, that kid knows how to use the Imperial Sword technique. A person standing beside the boss of the Blue Eyes clan exclaimed. In fact, the boss of the Blue Eyes clan already had his eyes on Ling Xiao. Kid, are you the one who destroyed our fantasy elixir factory? The boss of the Blue Eyes clan stopped attacking and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Once he stopped, the rest of the latent dragon camp disciples were relieved. Those who were seriously injured were also rescued. After a while, Ling Yixue arrived and joined the battle without saying a word. She stopped an early-stage 7th Martial Vein Realm Martial Master and shared the pressure for Shirley. In a one-on-one battle, Shirley was not at all inferior. On top of that, the fantasy elixir seller who had launched the sneak attack was also being held back by the other latent dragon camp disciples. Therefore, he was like a dragon that had entered the ocean. He was alive. The owner of the Blue Eyes race didn't care about the situation over there. It was as if he only had eyes for Ling Xiao. When he thought that this kid in front of him might be the one who burned down his fantasy pill factory, he was furious. Ah, that's right. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, there was not much difference between admitting it and lying. This was because this martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein would definitely not forgive him just because of a single sentence. Since you admit it, then die. Today, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Crazy laughter rang out in the village that was ablaze. At this moment, the green-eyed boss no longer cared about the villagers. Those villagers were saved by the disciples of the latent dragon camp. Ain Ran and Cold Plum also joined the ranks because they were very clear about their own strength. It was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. They might not even be a match for him. If they went up, they would only cause trouble. I don't even have a 10% chance of winning against a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. However, there was no change in his expression. At worst, he could just use the corpse of the Herculean ape again. It was just that the corpse of the Herculean ape could deal with a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Against a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, it could at most cause some damage to him, but it still couldn't kill him. Ling Xiao wouldn't use it easily until the last moment. Junior brother, I'll help you. Brother Ling, I'll help you too. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to stall the green-eyed boss at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, he suddenly saw Ling Yixue and Shirley move over. He turned his head and saw that the other 2 martial masters at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein had been surrounded by the rest of the latent dragon camp disciples. Although these latent dragon camp disciples were only at the peak of the 5th to 6th level martial vein, they were all geniuses. 3 or 4 at the peak of the 6th level martial vein, and a few at the 5th level martial vein, could trap a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. Perhaps they couldn't win, but it was enough to stall for time. Everyone understood that the green-eyed boss, who was at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, was the key to this battle. If this person died, the battle would be over. If he didn't die, no matter how many latent dragon camp disciples there were, they would still have to die. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can stop me by adding 2 more good-for-nothings? The green-eyed boss laughed loudly. He didn't care about the 2 martial veins at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein at all. Senior sister, remember not to use the thing I gave you before. Just use it at the critical moment. After all, you're not very familiar with it yet. When the battle began, Ling Xiao whispered in Ling Yishua's ear. Then, the 3 of them got into position and prepared for battle. Thunder hammer. Crack. It was really like a thunder roar. The green-eyed boss waved his hand, and a forging hammer wrapped in purple-blue electric current smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. You two don't have to worry about me. Just protect yourselves. Seeing that Ling Yishue and Shirlei were showing signs of approaching him, Ling Xiao let out a low shout and retreated quickly. Although he was definitely not a match for a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, he had no problem dodging with his outstanding movement technique. Boom! The forging hammer lost its target and smashed into the ground. A huge crack immediately appeared in the ground, and the surrounding ground was trembling. Good fellow, is this the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein? It's really terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that if he was hit by this hammer, even if he had the 9 transformation golden body technique, he would be smashed into meat paste. Dodging was a very smart choice. The green-eyed boss cried out in surprise because he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a peerless movement technique. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Kid, I admit that you have some ability, but if you want to avoid my killing move with just this, you're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, an electric dragon emerged from the cracked ground. Its speed was so fast that it left people speechless. Even Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it in an instant. It was impossible for Shirlei and Ling Yuxiu to save him. They watched in shock as the electric dragon pounced at Ling Xiao, but they were powerless to do anything. However, Ling Xiao's face was indifferent, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. Suddenly, a giant sword descended from the sky and split the electric dragon apart. The scattered electric currents scattered in all directions, but they were unable to cause any damage. Giant sword spirit. The green-eyed boss was shocked. Not only did Ling Xiao accurately predict the appearance of the electric dragon, but he also summoned the giant sword spirit. This made it difficult for him to accept. Wrong. This is called the giant sword martial spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't forget to devour the spirit of the green-eyed clan called Ming. For an ordinary martial artist, 2 or 3 martial spirits were already the limit. If there were more, the soul wouldn't be able to withstand it, and the body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, for Ling Xiao, who possessed the Mountain River martial spirit, he didn't have to worry about this. The Mountain River martial spirit was all-encompassing and contained everything. Not to mention a few martial spirits, even dozens or hundreds of martial spirits could be accommodated. Chapter 162. For Ling Xiao, now was the time to collect a large number of martial spirits. He really liked to see these opponents with martial spirits, heroic spirits, and ninja spirits. Although 50% of the giant sword's remnant soul was not as good as a complete martial spirit, it was not a problem for it to break through the lightning dragon. After all, that was only a secret move of the blue-eyed race's boss after his attack. Its power was generally not too strong. In the distance, In Ran, who was fighting with the illusion pill dealer, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the appearance of the giant sword martial spirit. He was glad that he followed Ling Xiao. This person was truly terrifying. Too terrifying. In front of Ling Xiao, the talent of the rest of the people was not worth mentioning. Although Ling Xiao was not strong yet, as long as he did not die and continued to develop, he would definitely become a hero among men in the future. The blue-eyed race boss looked at Ling Xiao and thought to himself, This kid's movement technique is outstanding, and he also has a giant sword martial spirit. It won't be easy to kill him. It's better to kill the 2 early-stage 7th level martial vein martial masters first before focusing on dealing with this kid. His judgment was correct. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Soul-seizing palm. Ling Yixue took advantage of the moment when the blue-eyed race boss was stunned to activate the rare martial art she had just learned. Coupled with her terrifying soul force, even a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein would not dare to underestimate her. Elephant strike. Shirley did not hesitate either. His fists formed a strange move. When he punched out, it was like a giant elephant charging forward. One could even faintly hear the sound of a giant elephant. 2 early-stage, 7th level martial vein martial masters attacked the blue-eyed race boss together. This person frowned slightly. Even he would not dare to take these 2 moves head-on. Otherwise, he would really fail miserably. Break for me. The blue-eyed race boss roared. He waved the thunder hammer in his hand and smashed it at Shirley. At the same time, he leaped up and kicked at Ling Yixue. His body was suspended in mid-air, looking somewhat strange. This ability to stay in the air was truly terrifying. At this moment, he had already begun to burn his true essence because he wanted to end the battle quickly. In any case, there were no side effects of a martial master burning his true essence. Of course, Ling Yixue and Shirley had also burned their true essence. They did not hide this point. Boom. When the hammer of thunder was struck by the elephant bash, Shirley felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. His body was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Pa. At the same time, the owner of the Blue Eyes race kicked Ling Yixue's palm. Ling Yixue's body glowed with rainbow-colored light. It was the defensive martial art of the 7-colored cloud cloak, a top-notch defensive martial art. Therefore, although Ling Yixue was also sent flying, she didn't vomit blood. Her face only paled slightly. This time, the Blue-Eyed Race's boss had used most of his power on Shirley, so Shirley was heavily injured. On the other hand, Ling Yixue only suffered some minor internal injuries. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein was indeed worthy of his reputation. Fighting 1 against 2, he easily crushed 2 early-stage 7th level martial vein realm martial masters. However, he had clearly underestimated Ling Yixue's soul-seizing palm. The moment he landed on the ground, the Blue-Eyed Clan's boss's legs trembled. His vision turned black, and his brain went into a temporary coma. This was the terrifying aspect of the soul-seizing palm. The owner of the Blue Eyes race knew about this. However, he didn't know that Ling Yixue was a Spiritus, and that her soul power was stronger than the average Spiritus. This time, he really felt like he had failed miserably at an easy task. Bull Roar. Shadow King kill. Ghost Ship Wavebreaker. Giant Sword Descend. How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity? The continuous combination of moves made the martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm exhausted. The Shadow King kill pierced through the chest of the Blue-Eyed Race's boss. Unfortunately, the other party managed to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. The Ghost Ship Wavebreaker crashed into the Blue-Eyed Race's boss, causing blood to seep out of his mouth. The giant sword descended from the sky and left a bone-deep wound on the shoulder of the Blue-Eyed Race's boss. However, it was a pity. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm was not an early-stage martial master. Even though Ling Xiao's combination of moves was terrifying, it still didn't kill him in the end. Ah dash. Little bastard. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. The Blue-Eyed Race's boss was about to go crazy. A martial master at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm was actually injured by a 6th level martial vein realm martial artist. Moreover, the injury was very serious. His self-esteem was obviously severely damaged. Amidst the angry roar, the Blue-Eyed Race's boss finally used the hero spirit that he didn't intend to use, Thunder God. Behind him, a shadow holding the Thunder God's hammer appeared. It had golden hair and a golden armor. It was about 4 meters tall and majestic. Fortunately, it's just a broken hero spirit. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Even though the Thunder God hero spirit of the Blue-Eyed Race's boss was very powerful, It was only a broken hero spirit after all. It was still much weaker than a complete hero spirit. This way, it wouldn't be too difficult for him. The appearance of the Thunder God's remnant spirit made many latent Dragon Camp disciples sweat for Ling Xiao and the other two. Shirley was seriously injured and temporarily unable to attack. He was taking the opportunity to heal himself. Ling Yixue was also injured. Although it wasn't very serious, it would definitely affect her. Ling Xiao was unscathed. However, the series of attacks just now failed to kill the Martial Master at the peak of the 7th level of the Martial Vein realm. Now that this guy had summoned a broken hero spirit, it was even more difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, didn't think so. Under the state of soul imprint, Ling Xiao knew very well that his previous attacks not only had an effect, but they were also very effective. The blue-eyed race boss seemed to be powerful, but in fact, his strength was severely damaged because of his serious injuries. Moreover, the blue-eyed clan's boss now had a fatal weakness. If he seized the opportunity, it was not impossible to kill him. They still had some tricks up their sleeves. Brother Sure, eat this. Your injuries will heal faster. Taking advantage of the fact that the blue-eyed race boss couldn't attack for the time being, Ling Xiao casually threw something to Shirley. A 500-year-old golden snow lotus. Shirley was shocked. This thing was too expensive. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. This was definitely a holy medicine for healing. At least, it was much better than many so-called healing elixirs. Now is not the time to be polite. Eat it. Ling Xiao did not wait for Shirley to decline and added. Shirley nodded and ate the golden snow lotus in one bite. He continued to heal himself. In the dark, young Master Murong, who had been hiding and watching, suddenly brightened up. Ling Xiao has a golden snow lotus. Although it's only a 500-year-old one, it's not bad. After I kill this guy, the snow lotus will be mine. At this moment, young Master Murong didn't plan to help. Instead, he was thinking about Ling Xiao's golden snow lotus. Listen up, follow me to kill Ling Xiao later. We'll split the loot equally. Murong, no matter what, he's a disciple of the latent Dragon Camp. Even if we don't help him, we can't kick him when he's down. In this team, there was still someone with a conscience. However, as soon as he said that, a red dot appeared on his throat. Tian Guang attacked and killed him instantly. Well done, Brother Tian. Young Master Murong smiled. Do any of you have any objections? No. The rest of them didn't dare to have any objections. They were in the wilderness. If they were killed, they could blame it on the fantasy elixir dealer. The latent Dragon Camp wouldn't be able to find out. They didn't want to be killed by Tianguang or young Master Murong. Chapter 163. At this time, although Ling Xiao knew where Murong Xiao's team was, he didn't know about their conspiracy. A novel. His mind was completely focused on the blue-eyed boss in front of him. Die. The blue-eyed boss attacked. But his target was not the seriously injured Shirley, nor was it the pale-faced Ling Yixue. It was Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. It was this kid who destroyed his fantasy pill factory. It was also this kid who injured him in the battle just now. The blue-eyed boss, who summoned the remnant soul of the Thunder God, was faster than Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao's attempt to dodge his attack with his body technique advantage was tantamount to a fool's dream. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't plan to do so. He had a better plan. After all, he wasn't fighting alone, and the blue-eyed boss was currently fighting 1 against 3. Ling Xiao's figure retreated quickly, attracting all the blue-eyed boss attention. Where do you think you're going? Thunder Hammer. The blue-eyed boss instantly sped up. The thunder hammer in his hand shone with a purple-blue light, and the remnant soul of the Thunder God behind him also flashed with lightning. Although it was the same move, the power was several times stronger. No one present could block this attack, including Ling Xiao, so he didn't plan to block it. The purple-blue hammer was about to hit Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the blue-eyed clan's boss slowed down, and his movements became sluggish. He glanced over his shoulder in horror. He saw a woman with snake hair appear behind Ling Yixue, the snake hair woman's spirit. He recognized this spirit. It was his subordinate spirit, just like the giant sword spirit. What was going on? Why did his subordinate spirit appear on these people? What was going on? This question only stayed in his mind for a short while because he didn't have the time to figure it out. If the snake hair woman's spirit became a complete spirit, it would evolve into a Medusa spirit. Those eyes could petrify the enemy. The reason why his body was so sluggish was because of the snake-haired spirit. However, his cultivation was relatively high, so only some stiff spots appeared on the surface of his skin, causing his speed to slow down, but not completely petrified. Even so, his heart was terrified to the extreme, because he knew that the kid opposite him would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Terrifying finger. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let go of such a good opportunity. He had long seen that the soul of the Blue Eyes clan's boss was severely damaged and could not recover. Therefore, he had long prepared this terrifying finger attack. This was a move he had comprehended from the blue-clothed girl he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. As Ling Xiao thrust out his finger, quintessential essence condensed into a thin line in the air. This thin line condensed from quintessential essence even wrapped around the soul strength that Ling Xiao was so proud of. Pucci, the boss of the Blue Eyes race, dodged the fatal blow at the last moment, but his ear was pierced. However, in the next moment, he suddenly fell into a trance. His soul, which was already severely damaged, was once again severely damaged. The terrifying part of the terrifying finger, other than its terrifying lethality, was the damage to the soul hidden in its lethality. Back then, Ling Xiao had only used his Gang Qi to forcefully perform this move, so its power was not considered too strong. However, he was now burning his quintessential essence to perform this move. The terrifying power was definitely much stronger than Ling Yishue's soul-seizing palm. The boss of the Blue Eyes race fell straight to the ground. His burly body smashed a deep hole in the ground. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the latent Dragon Camp disciples. As for the rest of the fantasy elixir dealers, they were frightened and thought that the end had come. Although that finger attack was powerful, it did not hit the vital part. Why did the boss of the Blue Eyes race suddenly lose consciousness? Tian Guang, who was hiding in the dark, asked curiously. It should be Ling Yishue's credit. I didn't expect Ling Yishue to have 50% of the snake-haired woman's remnant soul. When we kill Ling Xiao later, if she is beside him, don't do anything. Master Morong still thought that Ling Xiao was just Oso. The truly terrifying one was Ling Yishue. Brother Morong, the boss of the Blue Eyes race, is about to die. Should we continue to wait? Tian Guang asked again. Hee, how is that possible? This military merit is very generous and easy to obtain. Whoever doesn't want it is a fool. Master Morong chuckled and looked at the boss of the Blue Eyes race through the gaps in the forest. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ha ha ha, this peak level 7 martial vein martial master's head will be mine. After using the terrifying finger, Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of his soul power. Therefore, he needed to rest for a while and did not immediately pursue. Ling Yishue had the same idea. Shirley had not recovered yet. At this moment, a person suddenly flew out of the forest and waved the scimitar in his hand, slashing towards the neck of the boss of the Blue Eyes race. Tian Guang, you're shameless. Shirley opened his eyes. He had almost recovered. After all, he had the golden snow lotus, so his recovery speed was much faster. However, Tian Guang's speed was too fast. It was too late for him to stop him. Tian Guang did not care whether Shirley was angry or not. Whoever killed this guy would get the credit. He waved his scimitar in an attempt to cut off the head of the boss of the Blue Eyes race. Under the transcendent realm, without a head, one would not be able to live. Bang! However, the moment his provocation succeeded, the boss of the Blue Eyes race suddenly opened his eyes. The thunder hammer in his hand smashed onto Tian Guang's chest at an extremely fast speed. At such a close distance, Tian Guang could not dodge at all. A large hole was blasted in his body and the flesh inside was burnt. In just an instant, the former ninth captain, a genius warrior with the cultivation of the peak level 6 martial vein realm, died just like that. Ling Xiao calmly took the remnant soul of the blood saber from Tian Guang's body into his mountain river martial spirit. No one saw this scene. After all, strictly speaking, a martial spirit was also a kind of soul. It just did not have its own consciousness. At least, Ling Xiao had not seen anyone who could see souls. Retreat. The boss of the Blue Eyes race who killed Tianguang was also nearing the end of his life. Not to mention the injuries on his body. If the injuries to his soul were not treated in time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to escape. However, he escaped. But those fantasy pill dealers were in trouble. They were unexpectedly hacked to death by the latent Dragon Camp's disciples. Little bastard, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The boss of the Blue Eyes race did not care about the lives of his subordinates because he could not even protect himself at this time. Do you really think you still have a chance? Ling Xiao transformed into an ice dragon and chased after him. It was true that the other party was faster than him before, but with his soul injured again, he could not even summon the broken thunder god's spirit. His current speed was not as fast as him. Under such circumstances, how could he let the other party go and give him a chance to take revenge in the future? Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. Ling Yixue wanted to chase after him, but because of the exhaustion, her feet trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Miss Ling, you stay and recuperate. I'll go help Brother Ling. Shirley glanced at Ling Yixue and sped up to chase after them. However, what surprised him was that after chasing for more than 10 meters, the two people in front of him had disappeared. The speed of these two people was a little too fast. Chapter 164. Do you think you can escape? 3 to 4 kilometers away, Ling Xiao finally caught up with the owner of the Blue Eyes race and stopped him halfway. This place was still deep in the desolate mountains, and no one could see it. Ling Xiao could finally fight without any scruples. In the previous battle, he was still a little restrained because he was afraid that others would see his trump card. But now, facing the boss alone, he had to go all out to finish the battle in a short time. Little bastard, do you really think you can stop me alone? The boss said so, but his heart was inexplicably terrified. Where did this kid come from? He was so fast that he was no worse than an early 7th level martial Vane, or even a middle stage martial master. And that attack, not only was there a lot of tricks, but it was also extremely terrifying. Especially that finger just now. It had almost destroyed his consciousness. Whether I can stop you or not, you'll know when you try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. With the ice glazed sword in his hand, he pointed at the boss. Double shadow sword technique. 1 sword 4 shadows. Ling Xiao knew very well that although the boss was now an arrow at the end of its flight, a centipede would not fall down even if it was dead. He was worried that the other party would make a near-death blow, so using the double shadow sword technique to wear down the other party's fighting spirit and true essence was the wisest way. At the moment, he really couldn't kill this battle in one move. The reason why the terrifying finger could succeed was because of Ling Yixue's snake-haired woman's remnant soul. It wouldn't be easy to succeed again. As soon as the double shadow sword technique was used, one person turned into 4 people, surrounding the boss and killing him. The boss was most annoyed by this kind of attack. Because he couldn't determine the other party's body, it was impossible to condense true essence in one place. He could only deal with it in a hurry. The thunder hammer in his hand was constantly waving, and Ling Xiao's 4 figures were constantly repelled. But after repelling them, he would come again. Going back and forth, the boss's escape speed became much slower. After a long time, he only moved less than 10 feet forward. I can't waste time like this. I have to end this quickly. The owner of the Blue Eyes race knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, and he could feel that someone was chasing after them. If he continued to delay, he would really fail miserably today and die at the hands of this martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. That kind of death was too cowardly. Thunderstorm. Suddenly, the blue-eyed clan boss roared. His true essence burned crazily, and the thunder hammer in his hand smashed directly in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 figures in front of him were blasted to smithereens. Then, the owner of the Blue Eyes clan took advantage of this momentum and rushed out at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Is this your near-death blow? Powerful indeed. Ling Xiao was not frightened by this attack. The reason why he used the overlapping images sword art was to force his opponent to use this move. Now that the Blue-Eyed Clan's boss was burning his true essence crazily, his speed had reached its peak. However, this was like a flash in the pan, and it wouldn't last for long. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this opportunity. The shadow of a ghost ship appeared under his feet. Coupled with the soaring cloud steps, his speed had almost doubled. Even though he was still not as fast as the Blue-Eyed Clan boss, the distance between them would not be too far apart. As long as the opponent's aura weakened, it would be easy to catch up. In fact, the help of this ghost ship's remnant soul in attack was not as great as its help in speed. It was said that in ancient times, many of those human martial artists relied on their martial souls to travel. Not to mention the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, martial souls like Ghost Ship and Immortal Palace were also very suitable for traveling. Of course, on the way, Ling Xiao did not forget to weaken the strength of the Blue-Eyed Clan boss. Whoosh! A sword light shot out from behind him and caught up with the Blue-Eyed Clan boss in a very strange trajectory. Then, it pierced through the Blue-Eyed Clan boss's protective true essence. At this time, the Blue-Eyed Clan boss used almost zero true essence on defense. Most of his true essence was used on movement techniques. Because of this, the powerful sword controlling technique could easily succeed. In midair, the Blue-Eyed Clan boss's thigh was pierced through by the sword light. His originally swift speed was instantly slowed down. The most terrifying thing was that this flying sword was entwined with soul power. Although it was not as terrible as the terrifying finger, it still caused a huge burden to his soul. At this critical moment, the Blue-Eyed Clan boss bit the tip of his tongue. This pain made him feel energetic again. Little bastard who deserves to be cut into pieces. I will not let you go, I will. The Blue-Eyed Clan boss only had one thought now. That was to escape. As long as he escaped this time, he would make Ling Xiao suffer 1,000 times the pain and humiliation that he suffered. Perhaps because they were too focused on each other, Ling Xiao and the Blue-Eyed Clan boss did not notice that in the forest parallel to them, there was a figure moving side by side at an extremely fast speed. Are you using self-harm to stimulate the potential in your body? Let's see how long you can last. Ling Xiao stood on the ghost ship and whistled through the forest. He actually felt like a ghost. In the eyes of the Blue-Eyed Clan boss, it was as if he had been targeted by a ghost and could not escape. Finally, the Blue-Eyed Clan boss's speed became slower and slower. His eyes revealed a look of despair. However, in an instant, this look of despair turned into a look of ruthlessness. He took out something from his storage ring. Among the 10,000 clans, the Blue-Eyed Clan was most famous for its mechanical skills. Most of the Blue-Eyed Clan warriors knew about mechanical puppets and the like. The thing in the Blue-Eyed Clan boss's hand was a mysterious mechanism called the air-piercing strike. This thing looked like a tube, and there was nothing special about it from the outside. However, those who were familiar with it would know that the internal structure of the air-piercing strike was very complicated. It could be used to increase the power of the attack by filling it with spirit stones. The more spirit stones that were filled, the greater the power of the instantaneous attack. Of course, there was a limit to the power of this thing according to its quality. The air-piercing strike in the Blue-Eyed Clan boss's hand was only equivalent to a fine treasure weapon. Filling it with 100 low-grade spirit stones was considered a full load. The attack power could reach the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm. The reason why he had not used it was because spirit stones were too precious. He only had less than 200 low-grade spirit stones on him and could only use it once. However, at this moment, he knew that there was no hope of escaping. There was no use in keeping this thing, so he did not hesitate to take it out. While running, he filled it with spirit stones. When all 100 low-grade spirit stones were filled, the inscription-like thing on the beautifully carved tube glowed. He thought that Ling Xiao could not see all of this. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao had always been in the state of soul immersion and had seen all of his small movements. Although Ling Xiao did not know what the tube in the Blue-Eyed Clan boss's hand was or what it was used for, his intuition told him that something was wrong. I'd better make the first move. Chapter 165. The mechanisms of the Blue-Eyed Clan were very powerful, but this was the reason why warriors still did not dare to relax their cultivation of martial arts. No matter how powerful the things in your hands were, if you were not strong enough, you might be killed before you could use them. At that time, any treasured weapon would be useless. Little bastard. Go to hell. Huh? The blue-eyed clan boss showed a ferocious face as he imagined Ling Xiao being blown to pieces by the sky-piercing strike. You deserve it. If you didn't pester me, you wouldn't have died. You can regret it in hell. He did not attack immediately, because he was waiting for Ling Xiao to get close enough that he could not dodge. His low-grade spirit stones were only enough for one sky-piercing strike attack, so he had to hit the target in one shot. Otherwise, he would be like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Life and death could be decided in a single move. Come closer. As long as he was within 30 meters, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao in one shot. Petals? Just as he showed a ferocious smile, a petal suddenly fell on his face. Is it a cherry blossom? Strange, there are no cherry blossom trees in this deep mountain. How could it be? Forget it. I can't care so much. That kid is getting closer and closer. He will be within 30 meters. There were more and more petals. The blue-eyed clan boss felt more and more strange. He could not help but look up. Only then did he realize that a vortex formed by cherry blossoms had condensed above his head. Oh no, he seemed to realize something. There was no time to wait for Ling Xiao to come within 30 meters. He simply wanted to use the sky-piercing strike. However, it was too late. The cherry blossom petals wrapped around his arm, and his vital essence lost connection with the sky-piercing strike. Without the activation of vital essence, the sky-piercing strike could not be used. What was more frightening was that the petals were getting denser and denser. Not only did they wrap around his arm, but they also quickly wrapped around his entire body. Cherry Tree Martial Soul. It's a complete soul. How is this possible? The moment he was completely wrapped in cherry blossom petals, the blue-eyed clan boss finally understood that the young man in front of him was more terrifying than he had imagined. He hadn't become a martial master, yet he possessed a complete martial soul. Furthermore, it was a broken martial soul. He suddenly thought of an ancient legend. When the mountain and river martial spirit appeared, the revival of the human race would be inevitable. Could it be that this young man actually possessed the legendary mountain river martial spirit? Unfortunately, even though he had thought of this, he could no longer send this information back. As the cherry blossom petals wrapped around him, tiny needle-like energy shot out from within, crazily tearing apart his internal organs. He was only a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, not a transcendent martial artist. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he could no longer resist and lost his life, falling from the sky to the ground. Whoosh! The cherry blossom petals scattered. Ling Xiao withdrew his Sakura Tree martial soul. He really didn't like using a complete martial soul to attack. With his current cultivation, using a complete martial soul to attack would consume too much energy. Even if he was not injured, the true essence in his body was almost depleted, and only the gang chi of one martial vein was left. However, even though he was exhausted, Ling Xiao did not forget to clean up the things on the Blue Eyes clan boss. The two people in the Dream Fantasy Pill Factory had low-grade storage rings, and the Blue Eyes clan boss was no exception. The big boss was indeed the big boss. He really had a lot of things on him. There were close to 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold. Of course, Ling Xiao did not particularly care about these. What he cared more about was that the Blue Eyes clan boss actually had 3 martial arts manuals on him. One was a top-notch entry-level martial arts manual, one was a top-notch rare martial arts manual, and one was a top-notch secret method. The most precious thing was the sky-piercing strike and 170 low-grade spirit stones on this guy. The moment Ling Xiao touched the sky-piercing strike, the mountain and river martial soul had already given him detailed information about the sky-piercing strike. Good heavens! Fortunately, I just stopped this guy from using the sky-piercing strike. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to withstand the full blow of a martial master at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. What are these? There were dozens of letters in the storage ring. These letters were secret letters between the Blue Eyes clan boss and a person who claimed to be the governor's mansion steward. He roughly flipped through the letters. There was no mention of Governor Bayun Wan Bin. This Wan Bin was still very careful. But even so, the steward of the governor's mansion had colluded with the dream fantasy pill dealer. Lindsay would definitely like these letters. Who is it? Ling Xiao was about to put the storage ring in his pocket when a sword light suddenly shot out from the depths of the forest. He was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Even so, the sword light still left a bone-deep wound on his arm. I was careless. Ling Xiao found a place to hide and held the sky-piercing strike in his hand. Judging from the sword light, the opponent was at least an early-stage 7th-level martial vein martial master. Therefore, it was difficult for him to escape in his current state. He could only rely on the sky-piercing strike. Hee, can you dodge it? A figure flew out from the dense forest. Although he was dressed casually, his face was covered. Most of the people who would do this were acquaintances. Are you afraid that I will recognize you? Ling Xiao frowned. There were only 3 martial masters in the latent dragon camp. They were the head captain, Dai Yuling, the deputy commander, Shi Lei, and Hua Nanin. Dai Yuling? Or Hua Nanin? He was sure that the opponent was not Shi Lei. If it was Shi Lei, he would be able to recognize his aura. After all, they had just fought together. Ling Xiao did not speak. He knew that the opponent was tricking him. Because he had the Mountain River martial soul model, he could completely hold his breath and concentrate. As long as he did not speak or move, it would be difficult for the opponent to discover him. Do you think that I won't be able to find you if you don't make a sound? The person snorted and suddenly swept the long sword in his hand around his body. Then, the surrounding trees and rocks began to explode. The place where Ling Xiao was hiding was also exposed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was chewing something in his mouth and holding the sky-piercing strike in his hand. Even though it was very dangerous, Ling Xiao did not plan to give up. He was eating the golden snow lotus that he had taken from the Mountain River world to speed up his recovery. When the person saw the sky-piercing strike in Ling Xiao's hand, his attack suddenly stopped. He was obviously a little afraid. What can I do for you? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. Hand over the letters in your hand. I can give up everything else. Of course, you can also live. The opponent did not even dare to reveal his real voice. It was obvious that he had used some method to change his voice when he spoke. What if I say no? Ling Xiao did not plan to admit defeat so easily. Moreover, handing over the letters could save his life. Only a naive idiot would believe this kind of nonsense. Then you can go to hell. It's just the sky-piercing strike. I'm not afraid. The opponent was indeed a little afraid of the sky-piercing strike. Although the sky-piercing strike was powerful, it also consumed a lot of spiritual stones. For warriors below the martial master level, it was already very good to have dozens of low-grade spiritual stones. Those who had more than 100 low-grade spiritual stones would only be from wealthy families like the governor's mansion or the border general's mansion. Each sky-piercing strike would consume a low-grade spiritual stone. Chapter 166. The masked assassin seemed to be in a hurry to destroy those letters, so he ignored the threat of the air-piercing strike and prepared to kill Ling Xiao with his ultimate skill. However, it was strange that he did not use his martial soul fragment. Ling Xiao speculated that there were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that he did not have a martial soul fragment, but that was unlikely. If he was from the latent dragon camp, it was unlikely that he did not have a martial soul fragment. The second possibility was that he did not dare to expose his martial soul fragment, because once it was exposed, his identity might be exposed. However, even if he did not use his martial soul fragment, the masked assassin's ultimate skill could kill Ling Xiao in his current state. He could only go all out. Ling Xiao was confident in himself. With the Mountain River martial soul, he could lock onto the masked assassin's position. There was a 90% chance that the air-piercing strike would hit the masked assassin. Flower Sword's Funeral. Top sword technique of the upper grade, Flower Sword. As soon as the ultimate skill was used, strange rose petals danced in front of Ling Xiao. The petals wrapped around him at an extremely fast speed. The edges of the petals were as sharp as blades, shining with a cold light. Great sword technique. Ling Xiao was shocked, but he admired it. After all, The flower sword's biggest feature was that it was very beautiful when used. You have good taste. You should be satisfied to see such a beautiful scene before you die. The masked assassin snorted. Although he said that, he did not slow down his movements. Stop! Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the air-piercing strike, a loud shout was heard. Like a giant elephant, the giant body landed in front of Ling Xiao and punched the masked assassin's sword technique with both fists. Shirley. Sorry, Brother Ling. I'm late. But don't worry, with me here, he can't hurt you. Shirley was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had previously eaten Ling Xiao's golden snow lotus, so naturally, he would not allow Ling Xiao to be killed. The opponent was strong. However, he was not weak either. Bang! In the air, the rose petals and the giant elephant's afterimage collided and exploded. What was strange was that the masked assassin actually turned around and fled without suffering any losses. Where do you think you're going? Shirley chased after him. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Damn, this guy is too impulsive. Seeing that Shirley had already disappeared into the forest, Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He wanted to call out to Shirley, but in the end, he did not succeed. I'd better hurry up and recover, lest I get into any more danger. Ling Xiao did not choose to go back to look for Ling Yixue and Yin Ran because he might encounter danger on the way. Therefore, recovering as soon as possible was the right thing to do. He had just eaten the golden snow lotus and the aura chi pill, so his recovery speed was very fast. At this time, his aura chi had already recovered 3 martial veins. Including the remaining one from before, he had 4 martial veins aura chi. It was just that the converted Zhen Yuan was not so easy to convert. He could only wait for time to slowly convert it. Right now, it was best to restore his stellar energy to its peak. Although that was what he thought, the development of the situation was a little beyond his expectations. I didn't think that young Master Murong would actually dare to come. Ling Xiao was about to continue recovering when suddenly, with the terrifying vision of the soul imprint state, he sensed that young Master Murong was rushing over with 8 young martial veins cultivators. The distance was close. Since you don't know what's good for you, then today this forest will be your burial ground. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and simply swallowed more than a dozen aura chi pills. If someone saw him eating the aura chi pills like beans, they would be envious to death. After all, although the aura chi pills were not as precious as the low-grade spirit stones, they were still the most outstanding pills for the aura chi stage. Only the children of the rich and powerful families would dare to consume them like this. 5 martial veins recovered. 6 martial veins completely recovered. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and revealed a smile. At this time, although he did not have a trace of Zhen Yuan in his body and was all aura chi, it was more than enough to deal with an opponent of young Master Murong's level. However, he still pretended to be weak. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Young Master Murong walked out of the forest and laughed as he looked at the frightened Ling Xiao. Didn't you say you wanted to take my life? Unfortunately, the person who will die today will be you. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Young Master Murong, logically speaking, you and I have no enmity between us. There is no need to fight to the death. Why are you so aggressive? Young Master Murong sneered and said, You want to trick me? Do you think I'm stupid? You should go to hell with this question. Even if you die, you still want to be a confused ghost. Attack. This person's mind could be considered meticulous. He saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and immediately waved his hand. The other 8 martial veins cultivators had already surrounded Ling Xiao. Penetrating fist, wind sword, mountain-breaking saber. All kinds of unique skills were displayed. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Young Master Murong was more cunning. Although he had summoned the Black Bear Remnant Soul and the giant axe in his hand was ready to attack, he did not participate in this attack. Meteor strike. Regardless of whether young Master Murong was involved or not, Ling Xiao had already prepared his killing move. The arrow on the bow had to be released. Moreover, as long as he killed the other 8 people, young Master Murong would not be taken seriously. This meteor strike was a sure kill skill comprehended from the meteor fist. After using it, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped into the air and punched down. It was like a huge meteor crashing into the crowd. This was originally a move with a very terrifying killing range. It was used to kill many people at once. Boom! As the ground exploded, flames shot out in all directions. The 8 people who had surrounded Ling Xiao were all killed on the spot. Some people's bodies were charred black. Some people were fragmented. Some people's internal organs were all shattered. Their dead bodies were not very good-looking. What? Seeing this scene, young Master Morong finally understood that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. This guy actually recovered so quickly. No run. He knew his limits. Seeing that he was no match for Ling Xiao, he chose to run. In order to increase his speed to the maximum, he even used the black bear's remnant soul. He looked like a huge bear running in the forest. His speed was definitely more than twice as fast as before. I must kill young Master Morong. At this point, Ling Xiao could not let young Master Morong go. Young Master Morong had tried to harm him time and time again. He even tried to kill him while he was in danger. If he let young Master Morong go under such circumstances, he would be too cowardly. To save his energy, Ling Xiao did not summon the ghost ship. Instead, he twisted his body and turned into an ice dragon to chase after young Master Morong. Even so, his speed was still much faster than young Master Morong. Although young Master Morong had escaped first, with his current speed, he would be able to catch up to young Master Morong and kill him in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. However, after a brief moment, he suddenly stopped chasing after young Master Morong. Extreme fear appeared on his face. About 500 meters away from him was a huge river. It was also the largest river in Bayan province. It was called the Cloud River. Boats sailed on the Cloud River all year round. However, most of them were ordinary sailboats or human-powered boats. However, at this moment, a huge machine-operated boat was parked on a more remote part of the Cloud River. Chapter 167. Ling Xiao had heard from Lin Zhe that the biggest sect in the ninja clan was called Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society was the symbol of the Black Dragon. Currently, most of the ninja warriors in the human territory were either disciples or members of the Black Dragon Society. The appearance of the Black Dragon Society's giant mechanical ship was strange in itself. The people on the ship shocked Ling Xiao even more. There were actually 3 9th-level Martial Vein Peak warriors. One of them was Governor Wan Bin. Although Ling Xiao had never seen him in person, he could see his portrait in many places in Sky Cloud City. Ling Xiao didn't know the other 2, but he was sure that one of them was from the Blue Eyes clan and the other was from the Ninja clan. Although the 2 clans looked similar to humans, they had their own unique features, so they were easy to recognize. Young Master Morong actually escaped to this ship. Governor, save me. The battered and exhausted young Master Morong scrambled to the ship, but he was stopped by the ninja warriors. Wan Bin's face darkened. How dare you come here? You're so stupid. Although Lin Zhe knew about his collusion with the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, there was no evidence. If Lin Zhe caught him red-handed and told the Saint Emperor, Wan Bin would lose his position as governor. Without this power, he wouldn't be able to gain the trust of the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan. How could he realize his ambition? Wan Bin's voice was filled with anger. In his anger, there was a strong and sinister aura that made people have no choice but to submit. Young Master Morong was the first to bear the brunt. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was as pale as paper. Governor, you don't need to be so nervous. I'll send people out now. All of them are at the 7th level of the Martial Vein realm. Within a 1-mile radius, no outsider can survive. The Ninja clan's 9th level Martial Vein realm master smiled and waved his hand casually. More than 20 people rushed out. Generally speaking, no one below the Transcendent realm could see the situation beyond a 1-mile radius. This was the reason why the Ninja clan's 9th level Martial Vein realm master was so confident. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao was a little different. Tell me, what's going on? Wan Bin withdrew his murderous intent. He looked at young Master Morong coldly and said, I spent so much effort to send you into the latent dragon camp. Don't tell me that your identity has been exposed. Lord Governor, don't worry. I didn't reveal my identity. Young Master Morong said hurriedly, I offended someone called Ling Xiao in the latent dragon camp and was chased by that shameless guy. That's why I came here in a panic. Ling Xiao? Why does this name sound so familiar? Wan Bin frowned and said. A person flashed out from the side. It was Shi Yulian. Reporting to Lord Governor, this Ling Xiao is from Tianfeng City's Ling family. According to my father, he was the one who heavily injured Lord Feimu and killed Lord Feiyun. At that time, his cultivation was only at the early 6th level of the martial vein. That's right, Governor. That's what my father told me. Another person stood out. It was Li Xinghui. Right now, both of their cultivations were at the peak of the 6th level martial vein. Li Xinghui was even stronger than Shi Yulian. Sure enough, he had submitted to Wan Bin and received a lot of benefits. It was not impossible for him to become a martial master in the future. Before Wan Bin could speak, the ninja clan's peak 9th level martial master was furious. He crushed the ceramic quilt in his hand. Ling Xiao, he killed my clan's genius. I want him dead. Wan Bin glanced at young Master Morong and said, Young Master Morong, did you hear that? I'll give you a quasi-transcendent martial art and a true elemental pill. Thank you, Lord Governor. Young Master Morong was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would not be killed today. Instead, he received such benefits. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I'll give you the things, but you have 1 year to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die. Get lost. Wan Bin waved his hand and said as if he was driving a dog. Young Master Morong nodded impatiently, then turned around and left. He did not dare to go back the way he came because he was afraid that he would encounter Ling Xiao again. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to quickly cultivate and break through to the 7th level martial vein. This way, with a quasi-transcendent martial art, he would not be afraid of Ling Xiao. Governor Wan, that person won't be able to do it, right? After young Master Morong left, the ninja clan's peak 9th level martial master frowned and said, Don't worry, young Master Morong is just an abandoned child. If he can succeed, that would be for the best. If he fails, he can cover up the existence of another person. Wan Bin smiled and said, Ling Xiao won't live for more than a month. Ha ha ha. So Lord Governor has already made full preparations. The ninja clan's peak 9th level martial master laughed loudly. Li Xinghui and Shi Yulian looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. Only when they saw Ling Xiao with their own eyes and even fought with him would they understand how terrifying he was. These two peak 9th level martial masters were underestimating their opponent too much. However, their words carried little weight and they did not dare to say anything. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue eavesdropping on their conspiracy, it was a pity that these people were very cautious. The giant mechanical ship broke through the river and sailed away from the bottom of the river. However, the dispatched 7th level martial vein realm martial masters did not return. Instead, they rushed over after receiving the order. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and turned to run back the way he came. On the way, he met the people from the latent dragon camp who were rushing over. He did not mention the giant ship or young Master Morong because no one would believe him anyway. He only said that a large number of martial masters were coming and asked everyone to retreat. At first, some people did not believe him. However, after Shirley rushed back with injuries and said the same thing, they realized that Ling Xiao was not talking nonsense. Although the disciples of the latent dragon camp were all geniuses, they were definitely no match for more than 20 martial masters. They could only choose to quickly return to the latent dragon camp. However, on the way back, some disciples of the latent dragon camp were intercepted and killed. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived in time. Dai Yuling, Huan Anin, and General Zhu Yu appeared together. Huan Anian's cultivation was not too different from Shirley's. She was only a mid-7th level martial vein realm martial master. However, Dai Yuling and General Zhu Yu were terrifying. Those 7th level martial masters could not even withstand one blow from them. This was also why Dai Yuling and General Zhu Yu did not participate in the competition for military merits. Instead, they competed with the other 11 Tiger Guards. In other words, the competition this time was divided into the Tiger Guard group and the Latent Dragon group. Otherwise, the disciples of the Latent Dragon camp would suffer a great loss. With Dai Yuling and General Jiuyu around, the ninja clan's martial masters knew that they could not continue chasing after them. Therefore, most of the disciples of the latent dragon camp safely returned to the camp. On the same day, after counting, 30 disciples of the latent dragon camp were killed in the battle. Basically, they were killed when they retreated. Of course, only young Master Murong knew that 8 of them were killed by Ling Xiao. However, young Master Murong did not mention this. It was not that he did not want to say it, but he did not dare to. If this matter was investigated, he was afraid that he would be in more trouble than Ling Xiao. After counting the number of people, General Jiuyu began to calculate the military merits. Ling Xiao did not choose to distribute it himself. Instead, he gave it to the weapons of the latent dragon camp. This way, no one would have any objections. Chapter 168. Wait a minute, General Yu. Didn't you say that the statistics will only be done after 3 months? Huananin frowned and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you that the Ninja Clan and the Green Eyes Clan will have a big operation soon. You guys are no longer suitable to carry out missions. Otherwise, you will only die. General Yu said calmly, There's nothing wrong with 3 months becoming 3 days. It's still fair. Do you have a problem with that? Huananin wanted to say something, but in the end, she shook her head and said, I'll listen to the general. That's right. The statistics of the Tiger Guard team have been brought forward. After all, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Our peaceful days won't last long. He sighed and began to announce the military merit rankings. The military merit rankings of the Hidden Dragon team are as follows. General Yu looked at the final list in his hand and was a little surprised. However, he quickly returned to normal. The person with the highest military merit, Ling Xiao. What? It's Ling Xiao? How can he get more military merit points than the 2 commanders? Yeah, this is too unreliable. He must have cheated. Although most of the people in the Hidden Dragon camp did not have any grudges against Ling Xiao, many of them were jealous of him. Hearing that a newcomer got the highest military merit points, they were naturally a little unconvinced. Silence, Shirley shouted. What are you all bluffing about? Brother Ling's combat power. I'm sure you all saw it in the fishing village. What are you still doubting? After he shouted, the crowd suddenly quieted down. General Yu continued to announce, Ling Xiao got 120 military merit points. Wow! The crowd was once again in an uproar. It was a little shocking to get so many military merit points in 3 days. After all, in the past missions, the highest military merit points the Hidden Dragon team could get in 3 days was 60 points. The second place is Ling Yixue, 80 military merit points. The third place is Yin Ran, 70 military merit points. The top 3 were all members of Team Skyscraper. Cold Plum was a servant, so she was not qualified to be ranked. Therefore, their team's military merit points were divided among the 3 people. The fourth place, Shirley, 60 military merit points. The fifth place, Huananin, 50 military merit points. Sixth, Young Master Murong, 40 points. Actually, Young Master Murong really benefited a lot. He was the only one left in his team, so all the military merit points went to him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to get 40 military merit points. Actually, the disciples of the Latent Dragon camp didn't really care about the number of announcements. What shocked them the most was that the 3 members of Team Skyscraper actually took the top 3 spots, especially Ling Xiao, who got 120 military merit points all by himself. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? It should be known that most of the people behind him didn't have more than 10 points. Only the captains could get 20 to 30 points, but they still couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. I'll let you be proud for now. When I break through to the 7th level of the martial vein, I'll settle the score with you. Murong Xiao cast a sinister glance at Ling Xiao. He had obtained a quasi-transcendent martial art from Wan Bin and a precious true elemental pill. Next, he could use 40 military merit points to exchange for rewards. If he still couldn't break through to the martial master realm, it could only mean that he was too stupid and he should just kill himself. In fact, young Master Murong was not stupid. The fact that he could enter the Latent Dragon camp was enough to show his talent. Not to mention, he was one of the captain-level disciples. His talent was indisputable. With his talent and resources, it was time for him to break through. All right, the rest of you can go exchange for your rewards. Ling Xiao, you stay here. General Ju Yu sent the rest of the people away and asked only Ling Xiao to stay. That was because he had mentioned before that the person who ranked first in military merit points would get a special reward. Ling Xiao, I asked you to stay because I want you to choose a reward. Listen carefully and choose carefully. This might affect your future martial arts path. Ling Xiao understands. Standing there, Ling Xiao's face was expressionless. However, he was still a little excited. The special rewards of the latent dragon camp were definitely extraordinary. The first reward is to receive 3 pointers from a peak martial vein level 9 martial master. The second reward is to receive an incomplete martial soul. The third reward is to receive a precious artifact. The fourth reward is to comprehend a transcendent martial art for 2 hours. Listen carefully, it's not a quasi-transcendent martial art or an incomplete transcendent martial art. It's a true transcendent martial art. Ling Xiao did not react much to the first 3 rewards. However, the fourth reward made him excited. A transcendent martial art. That was a true transcendent martial art. However, he only had 2 hours to comprehend it. If he could not comprehend it, it might not be as good as the first 3 rewards. General Ju Yu also suggested, a transcendent martial art is profound and powerful. However, it said that only martial masters in the transcendent realm can truly comprehend a transcendent martial art. Therefore, I think you should choose the first 3 rewards. There's no need to think about it. I want the fourth reward. Was there a need to think about it? A transcendent martial art could only be found by chance. The border general's residence probably only had 1 or 2. Why would he give up such an opportunity? That would be foolish. He could comprehend the Snow Lotus Sword technique from the incomplete transcendent martial art. Although it was not complete, why couldn't he comprehend a true transcendent martial art from a true transcendent profound martial art? Are you sure you want to do this? I don't want to discourage you, but there was once a genius who made the same choice as you. However, he regretted it later because he couldn't comprehend anything in 2 hours. Instead, it would disturb your thoughts. General Ju Yu said, and that person was me. Is there no one who has succeeded? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. General Ju Yu nodded. Only one person has succeeded. However, she only managed to comprehend 1 move. In my opinion, it's not much different from a quasi-transcendent martial art. Who is that person? Dai Yuling. General Ju Yuling continued. You can't be compared to her. Although you are a genius, Dai Yuling is a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, she was born with a complete martial soul. The most frightening thing is that her martial spirit is of great help to the comprehension and understanding of martial arts. Just because she can comprehend 1 or 2 moves doesn't mean you can too. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, General Ju Yu. However, I have already made up my mind. All right, since you are so determined, I won't try to persuade you. General Ju Yu shook his head. This Ling Xiao, did he think that he would be conceited just because he got first place? Fine, I'll let you suffer a little. In the future, you will know how to act according to your capabilities. General Ju Yu, can I comprehend it a few days later? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. However, you have to do it within 7 days. Can you tell me the reason? General Ju Yu frowned and asked. 7 days? That's enough. Chapter 169. Breaking through to the martial master realm in 7 days? General Yu Yu thought he had misheard. How could the martial master realm be broken through so easily? The geniuses of the latent dragon camp had been at the peak of the 6th level for 1 or 2 years, or even 3 or 4 years. None of them dared to say that they could break through at will. Even young Master Murong, who he thought highly of, had been at the peak of the 6th level for more than a year. This Ling Xiao had just broken through to the peak of the 6th level a few days ago, yet he was so confident. Ling Xiao, it's better to be more down-to-earth on the path of martial arts. General Yu Yu was still concerned about Ling Xiao because of Lin Zhe. He didn't want Ling Xiao to become someone who overestimated himself. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain anything. He had the mountain river martial spirit. so he was very clear about his situation. After 3 days of fighting, his strength had accumulated to a certain extent. The next breakthrough was just a matter of time. There wouldn't be any accidents at all. General Yu, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. He stood up and prepared to leave. Time was of the essence. He couldn't delay. Oh, by the way, you now have 120 military merit points. You can go to the military merit hall to exchange for rewards. General Yu reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, General. Ling Xiao understands. When Ling Xiao went to the military merit hall, many geniuses of the latent dragon camp had already gone to exchange for rewards, or martial arts, or perhaps it was a divine weapon, or treasures of heaven and earth, or perhaps it was some other reward. After all, the more military merit points one had, the more rewards one could choose from, and the more rewards one could exchange for. Ling Yixue exchanged for treasures of heaven and earth that could speed up one's cultivation. Because she didn't have much time left, she had to reach the transcendent realm as soon as possible to increase her lifespan. Her pursuit of martial arts wasn't that strong, not to mention that she had just obtained a top-notch martial art, like the soul-seizing palm from Ling Xiao. Coupled with the martial arts in her memory, it was enough for her. Ran also exchanged for medicinal herbs that could assist in cultivation. Young Master Murong was also the same. Because young Master Murong wanted to break through to the 7th level of the martial vein, he was worried that he would not have enough true elemental dawn, so he took some supplementary herbs. Ling Xiao, just you wait. After I come out of seclusion this time, I will definitely have a good fight with you. When young Master Murong saw Ling Xiao walking towards the Hall of Merit after receiving his reward, he couldn't help but sneer. Then, he quickly walked towards his own house. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to him. Although he wanted to kill Master Murong right now, it was not appropriate for him to do so in the latent dragon camp. On his way to the Hall of Military Merit, he met Shirley and Hua Nanin. Both of them had exchanged for top-notch martial arts. With their current strength, it was unlikely that they would be able to achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. Thus, it was more appropriate for them to choose top-notch martial arts. Hua Nanin nodded at Ling Xiao with a smile and left. Shirley cupped his hands and said, Brother Ling, from now on, if you encounter any problems in the latent dragon camp, just tell me. I promise you'll be fine. Thank you, Brother Shi. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Shirley. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them went to do their own things. Shirley went back to study martial arts while Ling Xiao went to the Hall of Merit to receive a quasi-transcendent martial art and some spiritual medicine. After all, a quasi-transcendent martial art cost 100 military merit points. There were not many things that he could receive. He chose this quasi-transcendent martial art to complement his double shadow sword technique. It was called the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique. It was a martial arts secret technique. It had no offensive or defensive power. It couldn't even increase one's true origin or earth energy. However, it could be used to cultivate with the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique. When the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique was used, the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique, including the martial soul avatar, could cultivate like the real body. When the martial soul avatars returned to the real body, their cultivation experience would be absorbed by the real body. Naturally, this required a strong soul power to support it. If one's soul power was depleted, they would not be able to use it anymore. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao was in the Ling family, he had already cultivated the soul condensing art, so his soul power was much higher than the average warrior's. In addition to his mountain river martial spirit, his soul power was naturally very strong. Therefore, there was no one else in the latent dragon camp who could use the Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique other than him. After returning to his room from the Hall of Merit, Ling Xiao gave all the spiritual medicine that he received to Cold Plum. With the Earth Energy Pills, low-grade spiritual stones, and the Golden Snow Lotus, he was not interested in those things. In addition, he gave Cold Plum a top-tier martial art, the Shadow Killing Skill. This was a top-tier martial art technique that he had obtained from the Blue Eyes clan's boss. It would be very effective when used together with Cold Plum's Snow Plum Spirit. Of course, he gave Cold Plum these things to win her over. On the other hand, Cold Plum was one of his teammates this time. However, he did not reward her with any military merit points. This was very unfair to her. Thank you, Captain. When Cold Plum received the top-tier martial art technique, her hands were shaking. As a slave, it was difficult for her to even come into contact with high-level martial arts, let alone top-tier martial arts. All right, hurry up and cultivate. Just stay in this room. Also, don't call me captain anymore. Just call me Brother Ling. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said calmly, "How can I do that? Since captain doesn't like this name, I'll call you young master from now on." Cold Plum said hurriedly, "All right, do as you wish." Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Cold Plum took a deep breath and controlled her excitement. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed and ate the spiritual medicine. She began to comprehend the shadow-killing skill. At the same time, the other geniuses in the latent dragon camp were also cultivating. They had more or less obtained some military merit points and exchanged them for many rewards. This was the best time to cultivate. These geniuses were originally very talented. With the help of the spiritual medicine, their cultivation soon improved. Some of them broke through from the 5th level of the martial vein to the 6th level of the martial vein. Some of them broke through from the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein to a higher level. Similarly, some of them did not have a breakthrough in their cultivation, but their martial arts had a breakthrough. Time passed slowly. More and more latent dragon camp disciples had a breakthrough. In these few days, the excited voices of the latent dragon camp disciples could be heard almost every day. 3 days later, Cold Plum opened her eyes and looked at her hands excitedly. She had a breakthrough. In just 3 days, she had broken through from the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Not only that, but she had also comprehended most of the shadow-killing skill. This made her very shocked. Although her aptitude was good, it would definitely not be so fast. She felt the special aura in the air and suddenly understood. This was not because of her, but because of Ling Xiao. The aura that Ling Xiao exuded revealed a strange martial arts law. It was this martial arts law that not only allowed her cultivation to improve faster, but also allowed her to comprehend martial arts faster. She turned her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She found that there was only one Ling Xiao, but now there were 5 of him. Moreover, each of them was cultivating with their legs crossed, which corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Young Master is indeed extraordinary. It's right to follow him. Cold Plum only looked for a moment before she turned and left the room. Chapter 170. At this moment, Cold Plum knew clearly that Ling Xiao was in the limelight, and there would definitely be people who disliked him and wanted to provoke him. This would definitely affect Ling Xiao's cultivation. That was not good. On the 4th day, there was indeed trouble. A prodigy who was only in the early stage of the 6th level of the martial vein came to challenge Ling Xiao. He clearly knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, yet he still came to challenge Ling Xiao. However, before he could speak, he was sent flying by Cold Plum. Cold Plum would never allow anyone to disturb Ling Xiao at this moment. On the 5th day, someone came to cause trouble again. This time, the person who came was stronger. He had just reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Cold Plum's face darkened. She used the shadow-killing skill for the first time in a battle. The opponent could not fight back at all. His arm was cut by the sharp dagger in her hand, and he fled in a hurry. If the latent dragon camp did not allow killing and maiming, Cold Plum was confident that she could kill this person. On the 6th day, the 4 doppelgangers returned to the main body in the room behind Cold Plum. Ling Xiao could feel 4 pure true essences flowing into his body and filling up the 6 martial veins in his body. At the same time, he began to attempt to break through the 7th martial vein. The challenge this time was much more difficult than the previous ones. However, Ling Xiao was very confident. The true essences from the main body and the 4 doppelgangers were not only strong but also abundant. Even the 7th martial vein was harder to break through than the previous 6. He could still succeed. The true essences flowed in his meridians, making the sound of a river. Every time it hit, the 7th martial vein would loosen up. Moreover, it was stronger than the previous one. The impact was stronger than the previous one. Boom! After 49 cycles, the 7th martial vein could no longer stop the abundant true essence from pouring in, and a crack appeared on it. After 64 cycles, the crack had become a wide path. The seventh martial vein and the other 6 martial veins had been completely opened. The true essences cycled in the 7 martial veins. After 81 cycles, the last trace of earth energy in his body was converted into true essences. The early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. He finally broke through. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The silver-white true essences in his hand was obviously more condensed than earth energy and had almost turned into liquid. It was completely different from the true qi and earth energy from before. It was no wonder that martial masters could burn their true essences at will. After burning true essences, it would turn from liquid to gas, and it would not be completely consumed. So for martial masters did not have any side effects. Without becoming a martial master, one would never know how powerful a martial master was. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his strength had improved qualitatively. Previously, when he was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, although the energy in his body was not much less than now, when facing an early 7th level martial vein martial master, he still could not guarantee a 50% chance of victory. And now, if he were to fight against an early stage 7th level martial vein realm martial master, he would be able to easily win in one move. This was a qualitative change. The difference was too great. Not only that, the moment he broke through to the 7th level of the martial vein, his 9 transformation golden body technique also broke through to the 8th transformation. In fact, when he was at the peak of the 6th level, he had already used up all the gold he got from the black scarf thieves' nest. All of it was used to improve the 9 transformation golden body technique. It was a pity that he was only a piece of paper away from breaking through, but he couldn't. Now he understood. It was impossible to break through the 8th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. It could only be accumulated. Only by becoming a martial master would there be a qualitative change. At the 7th transformation of this defensive martial art, one could cultivate a golden body. When using the 9 transformation golden body technique, one's body would turn golden. There would be a layer of thin film attached to the surface of the skin that could even reflect the enemy's attack. The 8th transformation was even more powerful. A martial artist of the same level would not be able to cause any damage. At the same time, it could reduce the damage of a martial artist of a higher level by half and reduce the damage of a martial artist of 2 levels by 30%. Now that Ling Xiao had reached this level, he was almost completely unafraid of martial artists of the same level. Unless the opponent had a divine weapon or a special martial art, they would not be able to cause any harm to him. Even if it was a martial artist of a higher level, which was the middle stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, any attack could only cause ordinary damage to him. Even a martial artist of the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein could only cause 70% damage to him. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao's advantage in battle could be imagined. However, he was more eager to reach the 9th transformation. The 9th transformation was known as the 9 transformation golden body. As long as there was gold, as long as it was not a fatal injury, even if it was a broken limb, it could be reborn. Gold. He needed a lot of gold. Just as he was about to consolidate his cultivation and go to the general of the 9th moon to receive the special reward, a soaring aura suddenly came from outside. Young Master Murong actually broke through? Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but immediately felt relieved. He obtained the quasi-transcendent martial art, the true energy pill, and the elixirs exchanged with military merit points. If he still can't break through, then young Master Murong can't be considered a genius. It was good that he broke through. He could be the first target for him to practice. He now wanted to know how strong his combat strength was after breaking through to the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. He believed that all kinds of martial arts would be improved at the same time. Naturally, many people knew that young Master Murong had broken through. After all, this guy was different from Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao broke through, it was calm and did not cause any commotion. When young Master Murong broke through, he crazily released his true energy as if he was afraid that others would not know. This really made the other captains' faces turn ugly. Ling Xiao was only slightly surprised, and then focused on consolidating his cultivation. As for young Master Murong, it was different. He had just broken through and did not have time to consolidate his cultivation. As soon as he came out, except for Dai Yuling, Shi Lei, Ling Yixue, and Yin Ran, basically all the disciples of the latent dragon camp went to congratulate him. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Captain Morong. A martial master at the age of 16. How enviable. From now on, we have another master in the latent dragon camp. That's right. Captain Morong can now prepare to challenge for the commander's position. After young Master Morong came out, the first thing he thought of was Ling Xiao. This was an ill-fated relationship. While everyone was congratulating him, he went straight to Ling Xiao's room. As soon as he arrived, he saw Cold Plum defeating a peak 6th level martial vein martial artist. Young Master Morong could not help but be shocked. He then smiled and said, "You're Cold Plum, right? Follow me from now on." Reporting to Captain Morong, "This servant only listens to Captain Ling," Cold Plum said indifferently. "If I tell you to follow me, then just follow me. What's with all the nonsense? It's your fortune that this captain has taken a liking to you. If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that this captain will kill you on the spot?" Young Master Morong definitely dared to do so because Cold Plum was only a servant, not a disciple of the latent dragon camp. Chapter 171. You're courting death. Young Master Morong was here to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's indifference towards him had infuriated him, so he wanted to kill her. However, he was obviously overconfident. He did not summon the Black Bear Remnant Soul to deal with Cold Plum, nor did he use any special moves. He did not even take out his weapon. All he did was throw a punch. In his opinion, this punch was enough to kill Cold Plum. However, this punch of his had missed. Cold Plum's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on young Master Morong's left like a ghost. Then, a cold light flashed. Young Master Morong hurriedly retracted his arm, but his sleeve was still cut. There was even a cut on his arm. Although the cut was not long or deep, it was just a flesh wound. However, to young Master Morong, it was definitely a great humiliation. He had just become a martial master, but he was injured by Cold Plum, a martial vein level 6 martial artist. Look at his smug face. I thought he was strong. I didn't expect him to be weaker than Ling Xiao's maid. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Captain Morong obviously underestimated his opponent. But look at his smug face. He really thinks he can defeat Cold Plum with a single punch. Not everyone in the latent dragon camp was afraid of young Master Morong, so there were naturally such discussions. Young Master Morong's old face flushed red. He directed all his resentment at Cold Plum. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A bear roar sounded. The shadow of a black bear appeared behind him. After becoming a martial master, his Black Bear Remnant Soul did not improve. It was still 20% Remnant Soul. However, a martial master was a martial master. The power of 20% Remnant Soul in the hands of a martial disciple and a martial master was completely different. Mountain-splitting axe. With a furious roar, young Master Morong swung his huge axe at Cold Plum. The shadow of the black bear shrouded Cold Plum, causing Cold Plum to stop circulating her earth energy for a moment. She missed the best time to dodge. She could only fight head-on. Snow Plum Blossom stood proudly behind Cold Plum. Plum blossoms danced around her. She held 2 daggers in her hands that were only about a foot long, emitting a chilling light. Bang! Crack! 2 loud noises. Cold Plum. First, young Master Morong. Cold Plum. In the end, her strength and inner energy were not as good as young Master Morong's. If she chose to avoid a direct confrontation, she might have a chance to hurt him. However, she still suffered. "I'm sorry, Lung Mei's heart was filled with sorrow. Last time, it was young Master Morong who came looking for trouble, and she was injured. In midair, Long Mei bit her finger and drew a few words in the air. Suddenly, a strange red light appeared on her body. This red light was like burning blood, glaring and shocking. "Let's die together, young Master Morong," Cold Plum screamed. She grabbed young Master Morong's arm. The red light on her body grew brighter. That's a self-detonation technique that burns blood essence. This woman is crazy. She wants to die together with young Master Morong. Young Master Murong is doomed. Let me go. Be asterisk Tisich. Let me go. Young Master Murong was horrified to find that his arms seemed to be stuck to Cold Plum's hand. He could not break free. It was impossible for him to wave his arms, so he could only use his feet to kick Longmei in an attempt to kick her away. However, it was useless. Cold Plum was bleeding from her mouth, but she still had a crazy smile on her face. She was determined to perish together with young Master Murong. No! Lunatic! Crazy woman! Young Master Murong did not want to die together with Cold Plum. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. He came to the latent dragon camp as a spy and took orders from Governor Wan Bin. As for Longmei, she was merely a slave. At this moment, a figure appeared between the two of them. Cold Plum was knocked unconscious by a slap. The red light on her body quickly disappeared. Silly girl. It's not worth it to perish together with such a beast. However, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I might really have gone mad. That person was Ling Xiao. He hugged Cold Plum in his arms and said gently. He then looked at young Master Murong, who was panicking. Isn't it good to be alive? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Your maid tried to kill me. This is a serious crime in the latent dragon camp. She's going to die today. As her master, you can't escape the blame. Young Master Murong had just recovered from the shock and roared. Are you done? Ling Xiao asked calmly. What are you trying to do? Young Master Murong took 2 steps back in fear and asked. You know very well what I'm trying to do. You've come here to cause trouble and hurt my people. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, don't dare to kill you? Last time, Ling Xiao was in a hurry to treat Cold Plum's injuries, so he did not want to tangle with young Master Murong. However, this time, he had transferred his true origin into Cold Plum's body and stabilized her injuries. Her life was no longer in danger. In fact, Cold Plum's injuries were not as serious as the previous time. She was only in a worse state because she had used a forbidden technique. He wanted to kill young Master Murong first, and then find Dai Yuling to treat Cold Plum's injuries. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Young Master Murong seemed to have suddenly realized that he was a 7th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. How could he be afraid of a peak 6th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master? At this moment, Ling Xiao was using the model of a peak 6th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master, so young Master Murong did not know that Ling Xiao had also broken through. Moreover, he had broken through earlier and more thoroughly than him. Since you're not afraid, then make your move. I can kill you with one hand. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Murong. He did not plan to wait any longer. Young Master Murong must die today. How arrogant. Do you think that I'm still the same young Master Murong from a few days ago? The strength of a martial master is not something you can imagine. Martial master? I think I've already killed a few. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. Giant bear splitting mountain. Facing Ling Xiao, young Master Murong did not dare to be careless. He burned his true origin with the cultivation of an early 7th-level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master, and then summoned the Black Bear Remnant Soul. He held a giant axe and chopped at Ling Xiao with a terrifying aura. Die. Ling Xiao looked at the seemingly powerful attack calmly. With a slight shake of his hand, the ice-glazed sword in his hand stabbed out. It was like an avatar. His real body was still holding Cold Plum in his arms. However, there was another Ling Xiao stabbing at young Master Murong at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. Soundless, mysterious, and unpredictable. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? Countless geniuses were shocked at the sight of this sword. Pucci. The strange second Ling Xiao pierced through all of young Master Murong's attacks and then went through his body. Young Master Murong was split into 2 halves from his head to his legs. Ling Xiao did not like to kill people in this way. The reason why he did this showed that he was extremely angry. The terrified expression remained on young Master Murong's face. However, his face was soon cut in half and fell to the sides. Kill him. Ling Xiao really killed young Master Murong. This is the latent dragon camp. No one is allowed to kill their comrades. Sigh. Although young Master Murong is seeking his own death, Ling Xiao is truly unfortunate. I'm afraid he's in big trouble this time. Look, the law enforcement team is here. In the distance, Hua Nanin came with 4 law enforcement team members in special uniforms. The 4 of them were all half-step martial masters. Hua Nanin was a mid-7th level martial vein realm martial master. Chapter 172. Killing young Master Morong in one move. Ling Zhao's strength shocked all the latent Dragon Camp disciples. However, he was in trouble because of this. Hua Nanin seemed to have known this would happen, so she brought the law enforcement team. Ling Xiao, do you know what you've done? Hua Nanin questioned Ling Xiao as she looked coldly at him. I don't know. Ling Xiao said calmly. Don't play dumb. The latent Dragon Camp says that you can't kill your companions or cripple them. However, you killed young Master Morong. Don't you know what you've done? Hua Nanin shouted. Of course I know the rule, but he's not my companion. Ling Xiao said calmly. He's made trouble for me twice when I was in seclusion. Not only did he injure Cold Plum, but he also almost made me suffer chi deviation. What kind of companion is he? Ling Xiao said righteously. Humph. So what if you've suffered chi deviation? He didn't break the rules of the latent Dragon Camp. Besides, your maid is just a servant. It doesn't matter if she's dead, let alone injured. However, she dared to fight back and attack the leader of the latent Dragon Camp. She deserves to die. Hua Nanin snorted. Haha. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Hua Nanin asked. I'm laughing at your shameless boasting. Ling Xiao said calmly. If you dare to touch Cold Plum today, I'll see if you'll end up like young Master Morong. Are you forcing me to fight? Hua Nanin frowned. Why should I follow such an unreasonable rule? Do it if you want to. Ling Xiao had wanted to fight with Hua Nanin for a long time. He suspected that she was the masked assassin who tried to assassinate him during the mission. He could only confirm this through a fight. Fine. I'll capture you first and then kill your servant girl. This can be considered as getting justice for young Master Morong. Hua Nanin took a deep breath and said, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. You defeated an early 7th level Martial Vein Stage Martial Master with your 6th level Martial Vein Stage cultivation during the mission. But in front of me, you're just a piece of meat for sale. As he spoke, he suddenly released his true vitality. The terrifying aura created a huge pressure on the surrounding latent Dragon Camp disciples. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Ling Xiao was not afraid of Hua Nanin. If there was anyone in the latent Dragon Camp that he feared, it would be General September and Dai Yuling. As for the others, he was truly fearless. Put that servant girl down, lest others say that I took advantage of you. Hua Nanin looked at Cold Plum in Ling Xiao's arms and said, Junior brother, leave Cold Plum to me. Unknowingly, Ling Yishua had also appeared at the scene. Thank you, senior sister. After all, Hua Nanin was different from young Master Morong. Young Master Morong had just broken through to the LV7 Martial Vein and had not consolidated his cultivation yet. His inner force was very chaotic. Hua Nanin, on the other hand, was already a middle-stage LV7 Martial Vein Master and had been in this realm for 2 years. Regardless of the quantity or quality of her true vitality, she was much stronger than young Master Morong. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He was relieved to leave Cold Plum in Ling Yishua's care. Now, we can fight. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Nanyin and said, Okay. A murderous intent flashed across Hua Nanyan's eyes. As she spoke, her true vitality exploded and turned into a strange rose-red color. An extremely powerful aura exploded out, forcing the surrounding geniuses to take a few steps back to avoid being injured. The aura of a middle-stage LV7 Martial Vein Master was indeed powerful. Flower-pinching finger. Hua Nanyin did not summon her remnant soul. Perhaps she felt that with her current cultivation, she could easily defeat Ling Xiao. The aura of a middle-stage LV7 Martial Vein Master was fully released. The terrifying true vitality burned like a roaring fire. However, with such a wild and fierce true essence, the moves displayed were extremely beautiful. This finger was like a beauty picking a flower. The finger force turned into rose petals and shot out. Although the scene was not as explosive, Its power was not to be underestimated. Among the flying petals, one would feel a sharp pain just by looking at them. Meteor strike. Ling Xiao punched out, and his huge fist condensed into a flaming meteor. It tore through the void and whistled through the air. Its aura was extremely majestic, as if it was going to pierce a hole through the earth. Boom! The meteor and the rose petals collided. It was as if two thunderbolts had collided. The terrifying power exploded again, and the waves rolled out for more than 10 meters. The sand and stones on the ground were sent flying, and a layer of skin was lifted off the ground. Sand and dust filled the air and completely enveloped the two people in the battle. The terrifying power forced the surrounding geniuses to step back again. Even so, they were still in a sorry state. Some people's clothes were completely shredded. Some people's faces and hands were covered in blood. They were not caught off guard. They were fully prepared for defense. However, it was still a tragedy. They could not help but be shocked and stepped further away. Ox Demon Skill, Ice Demon, Meteor Punch. The ordinary Meteor Punch might not be able to keep up with Ling Xiao's current cultivation. However, after he transformed into Ice Demon, the power of the Meteor Punch was close to that of a top-level martial art. Coupled with his powerful insight in the state of soul imprint, he could almost know everything about his opponent. Even if it was only a high-level martial art, the Meteor Punch, it was still terrifying in his hands. Bang, 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 bang. Under the continuous attacks, Hua Nanin fell into a passive position. She was forced to step back by Ling Xiao. The thunderous roars rose and fell one after another. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was as if dozens of meteors were smashing toward Hua Nanin. Moreover, the meteors had turned white. The eerily cold air made everyone involuntarily shudder. For a moment, Hua Nanin could only defend. She could not fight back. Impossible. I'm clearly a mid-stage martial vein level 7 martial master. How could this be? Oh right, you've also broken through to the 7th level. Hua Nanin finally understood why the battle today was so awkward. Although she did not underestimate her opponent at the beginning of the battle, she only treated Ling Xiao as an ordinary early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master. That was because Ling Xiao could already fight a early-stage martial vein level 7 martial master when he was at the peak of the 6th level. But now she understood that Ling Xiao had also broken through. This guy was now a martial master. If he could fight an early-stage martial master when he was at the peak of the 6th level, how powerful would he be once he became a martial master? No wonder young Master Morong was killed in one move. It turned out that this kid had also broken through. The geniuses in the crowd also noticed this and could not help but discuss it. This Ling Xiao is simply a monster. When he first arrived, he should only be an early-stage martial vein level 6 martial vein level martial artist. He must have hidden his strength at that time. But no matter what, he has reached the martial master realm in such a short time. His talent is too terrifying. Now it seems that under the 3 commanders, it's only him and Ling Yixue. I don't think so. Wasn't Hua Nanin also beaten to a pulp? Haha, Commander Hua hasn't used his martial path remnant soul yet. Moreover, he is best at swordsmanship. Do you think Ling Xiao doesn't have a martial path remnant soul? Does he only know the meteor punch? Humph, I don't believe that Ling Xiao can really defeat Commander Hua. The battle continued. Chapter 173. Whoosh! A long, thin sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, a huge rose appeared behind him. Lao, that's Commander Hua's rose remnant soul. It's 60% complete. The onlookers were excited. Hua Nanin was going to fight for real, which made them very excited. That masked assassin is Hua Nanin. Ling Xiao already had a confirmation in his heart. Although Hua Nanin hadn't used the flower sword martial technique, he had sensed the same aura between Hua Nanin and the masked assassin. Clang! He pulled out the ice glaze sword and summoned his martial path remnant soul. This time, he chose the giant sword martial soul. Because the giant sword martial soul also used a sword, to a certain extent, it was more powerful than the remnant souls like the ghost ship and the blood saber. So far, besides the 2 complete martial souls, the giant sword martial soul was the most complete martial path remnant soul he had. It's 50% complete martial path remnant soul. Ling Xiao is really amazing. Although the martial path remnant soul was not as complete as Huan Anian's, after Ling Xiao broke through to the next realm, his mountain river martial soul had leveled up, and he had gained another special ability, devouring genuine vitality. The description of this ability was very simple. During a fight, he could devour the opponent's genuine vitality and then turn it into his own. In this way, the longer the fight went on, the greater his advantage would be. His opponent's genuine vitality was constantly being consumed, while his own genuine vitality would not decrease. Although this ability was not invincible, it was almost invincible when fighting with an opponent of the same level. Flower Sword Rose Whirlwind. Huan Anin didn't seem to be afraid that Ling Xiao would recognize him. After all, Ling Xiao had no evidence to prove that he was the masked assassin. Besides, he was not the only warrior who knew the Flower Sword martial technique, and he was not the only one who had the Rose Remnant soul. This didn't mean anything. Moreover, he had no other choice. He had to use the Flower Sword and the Rose Remnant soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress Ling Xiao. The slender sword shook, and a whirlwind suddenly rose up. Unexpectedly, there were pieces of roses that merged into the whirlwind, and the whistling sound became louder and louder. The ferocious whirlwind howled, bringing with it a ferocious true essence energy as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Greatsword Shadow King Slash. This was a special Shadow King kill. It was the Shadow King kill under the giant sword remnant soul. Its power was naturally much stronger than an ordinary Shadow King kill. When Ling Xiao swung the ice glazed sword, a giant shadow swung the sword at Hua Nanin. Although the shadow was huge, about 4 to 5 meters tall, it was extremely fast and didn't look cumbersome at all. As the illusory figure rushed forward, it also let out a thunderous roar. Its aura was extremely powerful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant sword shadow collided with the rose tornado, but the outcome was not immediately decided. The rose whirlwind spun madly, trying to blow the giant sword away. However, the gigantic figure seemed to have its feet planted into the ground. It was as unshakable as a boulder. Gotcha! The rose whirlwind was actually completely split apart by the giant sword shadow. It was torn apart like a piece of paper. How can he be so strong? Huan Anin didn't expect that his flower sword and the rose remnant soul would lose to Ling Xiao. One had to know that this was his strongest attack. This kid was really too strong after becoming a martial master. At this moment, Huan Anin began to feel fear. He no longer had the arrogance and condescension he had at the beginning. However, he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. The battle between the two continued. Although Ling Xiao was still suppressing him, based on the current situation, he only had a clear advantage. It wouldn't be easy for him to win. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Two figures flew up into the sky. Sometimes they landed on the ground. Sometimes they were entangled in a fight. Sometimes they attacked from afar with true yuan. Sand and pebbles were flying, and the wind was blowing. Ling Xiao isn't going to win, is he? How is that possible? Although he has also become a martial master, Commander Hua has become a martial master earlier. His true yuan is definitely denser than Ling Xiao's. As time goes by, Ling Xiao won't be able to win. Yes, I also think that Ling Xiao has an advantage now. However, if he can't win this battle in a short time, he won't be able to win in a long time. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves. As the two of them exchanged more moves and the time they spent fighting became longer and longer, Ling Xiao's attack showed no sign of weakening. On the contrary, it seemed that he was getting stronger and stronger. This made the geniuses of the latent dragon camp who didn't think Ling Xiao would win stunned. The discussion also stopped. On the other hand, after 30 moves, Huan Anin was basically unable to fight anymore. After all, his true yuan was constantly being consumed. However, Ling Xiao was able to maintain his peak state with the new ability of Mountain River Martial Spirit, devouring true yuan. In comparison, it seemed that Ling Xiao was getting more and more powerful. In this battle, Ling Xiao was not just suppressing Huan Anin. After all, his cultivation had only improved. Whether his combat strength had improved or not was still to be seen. After the battle with Huan Anin, Ling Xiao had a new understanding of the situation. He even tried new ways to attack Huan Anin. He directly treated this battle as a practical test after his cultivation had improved. Finally, after 50 moves, Ling Xiao took Hua Nanian's sword head-on and then punched Hua Nanin. Hua Nanin was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth and crashed into the crowd. However, Hua Nanian's sword didn't leave any wound on him. He just wanted to test the defensive power of the 9 transformation golden body technique after reaching the 8th transformation. Obviously, after 50 moves, Hua Nanian's attack power was similar to that of a martial master at the early stage of the 7th level of the martial vein because he had consumed too much true yuan. Therefore, he couldn't cause any harm to him. What are you waiting for? Capture him. Hua Nanin was defeated and his face was pale. He had already given up on fighting one-on-one. He shouted and ordered the 4 members of the enforcers to attack. Enough! At this moment, General Juyu arrived. General, Ling Xiao violated the rules of the latent dragon camp and killed young Master Morong. I brought people to arrest him, but he dared to resist and even injured me. Hua Nanin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at General Juyu. I already know about this. Young Master Morong deserved to die. Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong. General Juyu said calmly, of course, you didn't know the inside story and you didn't do anything wrong? What do you mean? Hua Nanin was confused. Not only was he confused, but the surrounding geniuses were also confused. General Juyu said coldly, young Master Morong is a spy from the Sky Ninja Academy. Is this reason enough? Spy. Young Master Morong is a spy from the Ninja Academy. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp who relied on young Master Morong turned pale. They were afraid that they would be implicated. Chapter 174. I don't accept this. Hua Nanin suddenly shouted, even if Master Morong was a spy, even if he deserved to die, Ling Xiao had no right to kill him. No matter what, it's a fact that he attacked me, the leader of the enforcement team. What do you have to accept? General Juyu frowned slightly. Suddenly, his aura exploded. At that moment, all the disciples of the latent dragon camp, including Ling Xiao and Hua Nanin, were shocked. General Juyu is at least at the early stage of LV8 martial vein. Ling Xiao thought to himself, this guy's aura was so terrifying that no one could resist him. Hua Nanin, who was the first to bear the brunt of the aura, turned pale and trembled. Only now did he realize that the 12 tiger guards were more terrifying than he had imagined. Taking this opportunity, I hereby announce that Ling Xiao will be the future head captain of the latent dragon camp. Chief Commander. Dai Yuling will be promoted to the 12 Tiger Guards. General Juyu continued, Hua Nanin, do you think Ling Xiao is qualified to kill Master Morong now? Yes, I understand. Hua Nanin did not dare to talk back to General Juyu. General Juyu was so powerful that he could kill him with a single finger. Moreover, he also realized that he was a little too excited. As a spy, it was irrational for him to act this way. Since Master Morong was dead, he should be more careful in his next move. It's good that you understand. After speaking, he glanced at Cold Plum, who was in Ling Yishua's arms, and said, Cold Plum, you're talented, loyal, and brave. From today onwards, you're no longer a slave, and you're a disciple of the latent dragon camp. TSK, Cold Plum got a blessing in disguise this time. That's right. Once she gets rid of her slave status, it's like she's completely changed. Her status is completely different from before. That's right. She can also learn the martial arts of the latent dragon camp. Compared to when she was a slave, it's totally different. Can I refuse? Cold Plum suddenly asked. Her words not only stunned the geniuses of the latent dragon camp, but even General Juyu was shocked. Tell me the reason. Based on General Jiuyu's words, if the reason was not sufficient, she would really punish Cold Plum. This servant wishes to stay by young Master Ling's side. General Juyu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Don't worry. You're no longer a slave, and you've become a disciple of the latent dragon camp. It'll only be easier for you to get close to Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Cold Plum revealed a knowing smile. Thank you, General Juyu. Thank you, General Juyu. All right, there's no need to thank me. Missy Shui, please take Cold Plum to the medicine hall for treatment. I'm going to take Ling Xiao to receive his special reward. General September waved his hand. His mood seemed to have improved a lot. Cold Plum, this girl, was really cute in her foolishness, but also cute in her loyalty. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Ling Xiao had fought with captain-level people twice in a row for the sake of a servant girl with a slave status. He had even killed young Master Morong. It would be strange if Lung Mei wasn't moved to tears. Ling Xiao, follow me to the border general's mansion. Extraordinary martial techniques were extremely precious. Naturally, they would not be kept in the latent dragon camp, but in the border general's mansion, which was safer, guarded by a LV9 martial vein expert. Yes, Ling Xiao had just broken through to the LV7 martial vein. He had originally planned to receive his special reward, but he was delayed by young Master Morong and Hua Nanin. Are you sure you won't change your mind? The previous 4 choices are still valid. General Juyu asked on the way. Nope. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I've made up my mind. That's good. However, speaking of which, you being able to advance to the 7th level of the martial vein in less than 7 days has truly exceeded my expectations. What surprised me even more was that you actually killed young Master Morong in one move. I didn't even have the time to stop you. General Juyu smiled bitterly. General, you were nearby just now. Why didn't you stop me? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. What if I say I want to see your true strength? General Juyu smiled. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. It's a pity that even Hua Nanin couldn't force you to show your true strength. It seems that including Marshal Lin, our judgment of you is still a little low. Your talent is even more terrifying than we imagined. General Juyu shook his head and sighed. About young Master Morong, I once saw him with Wan Bin and 2 other LV9 martial vein experts. At that time, they were on a huge mechanical ship in Yunjiang. Ling Xiao obviously didn't like others praising him, so he changed the topic. Well, we already know about this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have confirmed that young Master Morong was a spy. General Juyu sighed and said, the reason why the mission to eradicate the fantasy pill was terminated is also because of this. According to the intelligence, soon, the ninja race and the Blue Eyes race will join forces to launch a war against the Bayan province, Northern Han, and even the human sacred dynasty. Just because Marshal Lin destroyed the fantasy pill? Ling Xiao frowned. This is just the fuse. General Juyu shook his head and said, the human race's territory is very rich and has a lot of martial arts resources. It's the holy land of martial arts in ancient times, and it's also the holy land of resources. In recent years, the human sacred dynasty has been declining, while the ninja race, the Blue Eyes race, and other foreign races have been developing rapidly. For them, the resources and martial arts in the human race's territory are a fat piece of meat in their eyes. The fantasy elixir is just the beginning. In order to weaken the strength of the human race as much as possible, they feel that the time is right now. They will probably launch a probing attack, which is a small-scale war. However, it's hard to say where the war will spread. The Dragon Gate Harbor should be the first target, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The Dragon Gate Harbor and Tianfeng City will probably become the first target of the Ninja Race and Blue Eyes Race's joint army. General Juyu nodded and answered. Ling Xiao frowned. The Ling family of Tianfeng City, which is the current Divine Sword sect, still has his family there. Furthermore, as the supreme elder of the Divine Sword sect, he can't just sit by and watch the Divine Sword sect perish. He has to increase his strength as soon as possible. This way, when he goes back to rescue them, he will have a better chance. We're here. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking, General Juyu's voice rang out. The 2 of them entered the border guarding general's mansion from the side door. General Juyu has his own token and can come and go freely. However, when they reach the treasure pavilion of the border guarding general's mansion, General Juyu can't casually enter. The treasure pavilion is the most heavily guarded place in the border guarding general's mansion other than the general hall. There are 3 9th-level martial vein martial masters guarding this place all year round. In addition, there are 10 8th-level martial vein martial masters and 57th-level martial vein martial masters. Therefore, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone who wants to steal anything from here. The guards here also made Ling Xiao feel the terror of the border-guarding general's mansion. No wonder Wan Bin, together with the ninja race and Blue Eyes race, didn't dare to openly go against the border-guarding general's mansion. With this strength, if they really fought, both sides would suffer. To enter the treasure pavilion, one must obtain the permission of the border-guarding General Lin Zhe. Otherwise, no one has the qualifications. 3 seniors, please open the treasure pavilion. This is Marshal Lin's order. General Zhu Yu took out a piece of paper. This paper is made of a very special material. It has the seal of the border-guarding General Lin Zhe on it and traces of his true yuan. Chapter 175. With Lin Zhe's order, opening the treasure pavilion was naturally not a problem. However, the huge bronze door of the treasure pavilion could only be opened by 3 martial vein level 9 martial masters at the same time. Other than this door, there was no other entrance to the treasure pavilion. The hardness of the entire building was even greater than that of the huge door. Therefore, if someone tried to enter the treasure pavilion, they would have to be at least 3 martial vein level 9 martial masters. Otherwise, it would be useless. The 3 martial vein level 9 martial masters guarding the treasure pavilion walked to the front of the huge door. The 3 of them circulated their true essence at the same time. Only then did the heavy door, which was estimated to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, open a crack. It was just enough for one person to pass through. Remember, you only have 2 hours to comprehend it. Don't blindly ask for too much, or else you might not be able to get anything. General Yu Yu reminded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. He naturally knew this, and he was not a greedy person. He walked into the treasure pavilion through the crack. It was actually very bright inside. There seemed to be a special mirror at the top of the treasure pavilion that could gather sunlight. Moreover, its toughness was not inferior to that of the huge door. The treasure pavilion was actually not big. Other than collecting some treasures and spirit stones from the border guard general's mansion, the rest were transcendent being martial arts. It was similar to the incomplete transcendent being martial arts that Ling Xiao had seen in the Ling family's library. Transcendent being martial arts did not appear in the form of words. They were sealed on stone tablets, tortoise shells, beast bones, and the like. It was obviously impossible to replicate them. Only by probing these things with his soul force would he be able to know what kind of profound martial arts it was. However, just like the incomplete version, there were no fixed moves for transcendent being martial arts. There was only one profound meaning, and martial artists had to comprehend their own moves or cultivation methods from it. There was no one in the treasure pavilion. However, Ling Xiao believed that his every move should be watched. After all, the treasures in this world were too magical. They could do many things that one could not even imagine. However, this did not affect him. In any case, he did not plan to steal anything from here. After entering, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment when faced with the only 6 transcendent being martial arts. He had to figure out what these 6 transcendent martial arts were and then choose one that was more suitable for him. Transcendent martial arts were extremely powerful. As long as one could comprehend one of them, not to mention below the 9th level of the martial vein, even if one was promoted to the transcendent realm, it would still be useful. Therefore, he was not greedy and could not be greedy. After all, he only had 2 hours. Imperial Wind Divine Art was a wind attribute transcendent profound meaning. It allowed one to comprehend a transcendent movement technique that allowed one to control the wind. After succeeding, no matter what movement technique one comprehended, one would possess the speed, elegance, and strangeness of the wind. The requirement was to be at least at the 7th level of the martial vein. Crimson Demonic Palm was a fire attribute transcendent profound. It allowed one to comprehend a palm technique that could control fire poison. After succeeding, no matter what kind of technique one used, one's palm technique would produce fire poison, catching the enemy off guard. Once the fire poison attacked the enemy's heart, they would be turned into ashes. The requirement was to be at least at the 8th level of the martial vein. Transcendent Flying Immortal had no elemental transcendent profundity. It could be used to comprehend extremely powerful martial techniques. Once this profundity was fused, one's moves would become unfathomable. The requirement was to be at least at the 9th level of the martial vein. It was best to use a sword. Although looking through the 6 transcendent martial arts wasted some time, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it, because this way, he would be able to choose a martial art that was more suitable for him. However, every transcendent martial art had a charm that made people go crazy over it. If it was not for Ling Xiao's firm mind, he might have really fallen into it and not be able to extricate himself. Although the transcendent martial arts did not have fixed moves or cultivation methods, just by comprehending it a little, one could feel the mystical and terrifying power within the profundity. In comparison, including the top-notch high-tier martial arts, they were all so simple that it was laughable. If the transcendent martial arts were compared to divine weapons, then the previous martial arts were similar to a wooden sword in the hands of a child. It was completely incomparable. Defensive martial arts. When Ling Xiao finished looking through all 6 transcendent martial arts, he discovered that the last martial art was actually a transcendent defensive martial art profundity. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. The reason why he was so excited was because this set of Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was not only Ling Xiao's favorite defensive martial art, but its profound meaning was actually similar to the 9 transformation Golden Body technique. It could even be said that this Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was the evolved version of the 9 transformation Golden Body technique. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a metal element transcendent profundity. It could be comprehended into an extremely powerful defensive martial art. Once the cultivation method was comprehended, the defense would be as strong as the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, extremely powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, one could be reborn and completely transform their physical body into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They would be impervious to fire and water, indestructible and comparable to the transcendent sage realm. After comprehending the profundity of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, one could also cultivate the Heavenly Dragon True Essence. This kind of energy was much stronger than ordinary True Essence. It required at least the 7th level of the martial vein. One had to cultivate at least the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation Golden Body technique. The highest level of the 9 transformation Golden Body technique, which was the 9th transformation, could regenerate broken limbs. However, the defense was not as terrifying as the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. It was impervious to fire and water, indestructible and indestructible. Not only that, but his physical body would be completely transformed into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. He would be reborn and comparable to the transcendent sage realm. This meant that once he succeeded in cultivating it, even if he did not advance to the transcendent realm, he would be able to compete with a transcendent realm expert with just the strength of his physical body. A transcendent martial art is indeed a transcendent martial art. Not only does it strengthen one's defense, but it can also produce the Heavenly Dragon True Essence. Ling Xiao had nothing to hesitate about now. This Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was obviously more suitable for him compared to the other transcendent martial arts. As for offensive martial arts, he already had the Snow Lotus Sword art. Although his understanding of it was not complete, he believed that with the understanding of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he would be able to better perfect the Snow Lotus Sword art. Thinking of this, he sat down cross-legged and injected his soul power into the stone tablet of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to comprehend it. Outside the treasure pavilion, a martial vein level 9 martial master held a mirror in his hand. The mirror clearly showed Ling Xiao's every move in the treasure pavilion. He actually chose the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body? One of the gray-haired martial masters frowned and said. There was a reason why he frowned. Before Ling Xiao, there were also geniuses who entered the treasure pavilion to comprehend transcendent martial arts. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, their first choice was the transcendent martial arts of the martial arts category. For example, the transcendent flying immortal and the scarlet refining divine palm. Choosing the transcendent martial arts of the martial arts category was also the idea of the martial masters, including Lin Zhe. This was because even if one could only comprehend half a move of the transcendent martial arts, it was enough to maintain a huge advantage in terms of combat strength under the transcendent realm. However, movement techniques and defensive martial arts were different. These two types of martial arts had no moves to speak of, only cultivation methods and levels. If you want to comprehend them, You have to completely comprehend them. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. This child is a little different. Perhaps he has his own ideas. Moreover, he has cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique before, so comprehending the heavenly dragon golden body should be easier. Chapter 176. Ever since Ling Xiao became a martial master within 6 days, General Zhu Yu felt that he could not underestimate Ling Xiao. This kid's potential was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Lao? If he can cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 7th transformation, then he might really be able to comprehend the cultivation method of the heavenly dragon golden body. The gray-haired 9th level martial master revealed a look of shock. Senior martial brother, I'm afraid you're still too optimistic about this matter. A martial master around 40 years old with shiny black hair said solemnly, have you forgotten? This heavenly dragon golden body was originally a cultivation method used by the dragon clan to condense a golden body. Therefore, although the requirements are not specifically stated, if one does not have the dragon clan's bloodline, it will be very difficult to cultivate it successfully. Ah, how could I forget about this? Zhu Yu quickly informed that kid to change his martial arts. The gray-haired martial master hurriedly said. General Zhu Yu shook his head and said, there's no other way. I've experienced this before. Once one enters the state of comprehension, no one is allowed to disturb them for 2 hours. This is the rule. Sigh, what a pity. This old man originally thought that there would be a genius who completely comprehended the transcendent martial arts this time. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The gray-haired martial master sighed and said, it's been more than 10 years. Our general's mansion has never had a martial master below the 9th level who could completely comprehend the transcendent martial arts. On the contrary, there's a ninja youth called Flying Fish from the Sky Ninja Academy who completely comprehended the transcendent martial arts. Flying Fish. General Zhu Yu gritted his teeth and said, Flying Fish should be about to reach the 8th level of the martial vein. He has a grudge against Ling Xiao. Sooner or later, he will come to provoke us. After this month, there should be a spar between the Sky Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp. I wonder who the Sky Ninja Academy will send? The gray-haired martial master shook his head helplessly. This was because the monthly spar was set by the governor's mansion and the general's mansion. The Sky Ninja Academy or the Latent Dragon Camp would send 3 disciples to the other side to spar. They would take turns to go. Last time, the Latent Dragon Camp sent people to the Heavenly Ninja Academy. This time, it was the Heavenly Ninja Academy's turn to send people to the Latent Dragon Camp. However, in the past 2 years, the rise of the Heavenly Ninja Academy had caused the Latent Dragon Camp to lose again and again. Apart from Dai Yuling, who had won every time, they had lost every other battle. Last time, it was the same. Dai Yuling, Huan Anin, and Shirlei went, and in the end, Dai Yuling won by a small margin, while the other 2 lost miserably and returned empty-handed. Even Lin Zhe, the general of the border, had to admit that a human without a complete martial soul could not be compared to a ninja with a complete ninja soul. Now that Dai Yuling had been promoted to one of the 12 Tiger Guards, the small competition in the Latent Dragon Camp next month would probably not bode well for them. Of course, Ling Xiao, who was in the treasure pavilion, didn't know about this. All of his attention was now focused on the stone tablet in front of him. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the profound meaning of the heavenly dragon golden body. All kinds of strange symbols and diagrams appeared in his mind. As he comprehended, he took out the cultivation method of the 9 transformation golden body technique for reference. No wonder the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique is included in the cultivation requirements of the heavenly dragon golden body. After careful comparison, the 9 transformation golden body technique is basically the prerequisite of the heavenly dragon golden body. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile excitedly. The reason was simple. With the cultivation experience of the 9 transformation golden body technique, it would be relatively easier to comprehend the heavenly dragon golden body. After all, this was a transcendent martial art. If he really wanted to comprehend it alone, 2 hours would definitely not be enough. However, there should be a reason for the 2-hour time limit. For example, When he comprehended the profound meaning of the transcendent martial art in the Ling family, it was very likely that he would go crazy if he exceeded 2 hours. The time limit was not stingy. It was for the sake of the martial artist's safety. Now that Ling Xiao was comprehending the heavenly dragon golden body, it was equivalent to comprehending the foundation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. Once the foundation was laid, it would be easier to build a house. Got it. Half an hour passed. Ling Xiao's originally tightly shut eyes couldn't help but twitch, but he did not open them. Because in his mind, he already had the basic cultivation steps of the heavenly dragon golden body. These were all comprehended from the profound meaning of the heavenly dragon golden body transcendent martial arts. So that was it. The heavenly dragon golden body was equivalent to starting from the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. It was divided into 6 levels. The first level was basically the same as the 7th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, but the effects were several times stronger. Whether it was the muscles, bones, skin, or internal organs, they would all be greatly improved, including the ability to reflect attacks. It was also better than before. The second level began to change. In this level, the heavenly dragon's true yuan could be produced. Not only could it be used for defense, it could also be used for attack. Furthermore, the heavenly dragon's true yuan could also produce a very good self-healing effect. As long as it was not a broken limb, it would automatically heal unless the heavenly dragon's true yuan was exhausted. In the third level, the heavenly dragon scales and heavenly dragon's tendons could be cultivated. The surface of the body would be covered with golden heavenly dragon scales, and the defensive power would be even stronger. In the fourth level, the heavenly dragon's martial vein would be cultivated. In other words, the martial vein in the body would be completely transformed into the heavenly dragon's true yuan. Not only would the true yuan be more stored, but it could also be completely transformed into the heavenly dragon's true yuan. The fifth level was terrifying. In this level, the body would be completely reborn. The entire body would be transformed and upgraded. With the complete heavenly dragon's blood, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood and break through to the transcendent saint realm. After comprehending to this point, Ling Xiao's emotions fluctuated. It was no wonder that cultivating the heavenly dragon golden body to the 5th level would allow one to break through to the transcendent saint realm. This was something that he had never thought of before. Probably no one had ever thought of this before. This was because ordinary transcendent martial arts or transcendent movement techniques could not achieve this effect. There was still the last level, which was the 6th level, impervious to fire and water, indestructible diamond, rebirth of the soul, indestructible body. Sure enough, this heavenly dragon golden body was really too powerful. At the 5th level, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood and break through to the transcendent saint realm. Moreover, it did not require gold. It was unlike the 9 transformation golden body technique. Although one could regenerate broken limbs at the 9th transformation, it required a large amount of gold. Not only that, there was a limit to how much damage one could sustain when regenerating broken limbs. Once the neck was chopped off or the heart was pierced, one would still die. However, rebirth from a single drop of blood was different. As long as there was still a drop of blood, one could be reborn. Of course, the 6th level of the heavenly dragon golden body was even more terrifying. Rebirth of the soul meant that even if one did not have any blood, as long as one's soul was still there, one could still be reborn. It was almost immortal. Such a powerful martial art. Of course, he had to cultivate it well. Since there was still an hour left, Ling Xiao decided to cultivate in the treasure pavilion. There were a large number of spirit stones placed in the treasure pavilion. Moreover, there was a special array to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, cultivating here was definitely twice the result with half the effort. It would be a waste not to cultivate. The first level of the heavenly dragon golden body was relatively easy. In less than 15 minutes, Ling Xiao had already succeeded in cultivating it. Chapter 177. The second level of the heavenly dragon golden body was more difficult to cultivate. After all, cultivating the heavenly dragon true essence was definitely not an easy task. At this moment, outside the treasure pavilion, something's wrong. The gray-haired ninth-level martial master suddenly realized that the low-grade spirit stones in the treasure pavilion were being consumed in large amounts. The abundant spirit energy had actually completely poured into Ling Xiao's body. What is this kid doing? How can comprehending a transcendent martial art consume low-grade spirit stones? The black-haired ninth-level martial master was also shocked. He doesn't look like he's comprehending. He's cultivating. The gray-haired ninth-level martial master laughed bitterly. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that in just an hour, this kid actually comprehended the complete heavenly dragon golden body. Does he actually have the dragon clan's bloodline in his body? Senior brother, this isn't good. The spirit stones in the treasure pavilion all belong to the general's mansion. If he continues to consume them like this, he will be severely punished. The black-haired ninth-level martial master hurriedly said, I'm not afraid of that. The gray-haired ninth-level martial master smiled and stroked his beard. After all, his cultivation is still low, so he can only activate the spirit energy of the low-grade spirit stones. If he consumes it, then so be it. The rules don't say that he can't consume it. Besides, it's just a low-grade spirit stone. If he can really completely comprehend a transcendent martial art, then what are these low-grade spirit stones? General Yu was also dumbstruck. He thought to himself, Lin Shuai, what kind of monster did you bring back? This kid is too heaven-defying. Inside the treasure pavilion, the consumption of low-grade spirit stones was accelerating. 10 pieces, 20 pieces, 50 pieces, 100 pieces. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar came from the treasure pavilion. Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. He had broken through to the second level of the heavenly dragon golden body. His body had already produced a trace of heavenly dragon true essence. At first, he was quite excited, but in the blink of an eye, his face turned gloomy. Because to break through to the second level, he had consumed over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in the treasure pavilion. One had to know that he only had a few hundred low-grade spirit stones in the Mountain River world. Although the heavenly dragon golden body did not consume gold, the consumption of spirit stones was simply a terrifying amount. But thinking about it, it was worth it. Right now, with just the strength of his physical body, he could defeat martial artists of the same realm. Martial artists of the 7th level and below were not even worth mentioning. Even though he had only broken through to the second layer, in terms of strength, he was probably more than twice as strong as when he had just become a martial master. With his terrifying physical strength and the heavenly dragon true essence, he could even challenge a late 7th level martial vein realm martial master. Even if he encountered a peaked 7th level martial vein realm martial master, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose miserably. However, the heavenly dragon golden body required too many resources. After reaching the second level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to achieve a breakthrough, unless he could obtain a large amount of resources. Time to go back. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the treasure pavilion. Why are you all looking at me like that? What puzzled Ling Xiao was that when he came out of the treasure pavilion, he saw a group of people looking at him as if he was a monster, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Monster. After a long time, everyone said at the same time, Ling Xiao, this time you used up a total of 10,200 lower spiritual stones from the treasure pavilion. This is something you have to pay back. Work hard. General Yu patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and sighed. Ling Xiao nodded. After using someone else's things, it was natural for him to return it. After all, it was very easy for him to get lower spiritual stones when he was strong. However, you can choose not to return it, but you have to do one thing. General Yu's tone suddenly changed. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. At the end of this month, the Heavenly Ninja Academy will send 3 geniuses to our latent dragon camp to spar. As the commander of the latent dragon camp, you should participate. I know this. I will definitely win. Ling Xiao didn't wait for General Yu to finish his words and said, No, it's not enough for you to win alone. You have to win at least 2 battles. Otherwise, the latent dragon camp will lose face. General Yu said, I can make the decision. As long as you can help the latent dragon camp win this battle, I will help you return the 10,000 lower spiritual stones. It's a deal? It's a deal. This deal was definitely worth it for Ling Xiao. Naturally, he wouldn't object. Afterward, he followed General Jiyu out of the border general's mansion and returned to the latent dragon camp. Then, he went into seclusion. However, this time, he called Ling Yixue and Long Mei to his courtyard for closed-door cultivation. These two people were the ones he trusted the most. Cold Plum's injuries had basically healed. She must have been treated by a famous doctor. You can cultivate in my courtyard from now on. You will benefit a lot if you stay by my side. Ling Xiao didn't explain much and began to consolidate his strength. He had just broken through to the second level of the heavenly dragon golden body. This level wasn't stable enough. He had to seize the time to consolidate it. In order to consolidate his cultivation, he didn't hesitate to swallow dozens of energy pills and a 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. Not only that, he also gave Ling Yixue and Cold Plum a 500-year-old golden snow lotus each. This would help them improve their cultivation. Anyway, the golden snow lotus could grow faster in the mountain river world. A day outside could allow the plant to live for 10 years inside. In other words, he could cultivate a 500-year-old golden snow lotus in 50 days. In 100 days, he could cultivate a 1,000-year-old golden snow lotus. To him, this kind of natural treasure was also precious. However, it was much easier to obtain compared to others. There were still 12 days until the end of the month. About 10 days later, Cold Plum was the first to come out of seclusion. Although she still hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the martial vein, her strength was almost invincible among those below the 7th level. The Snow Plum Remnant Soul had been perfected to 30%, and the Shadow Killing skill had been cultivated to the Greater Success realm. On the 12th day, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue came out of seclusion almost at the same time. Ling Yixue finally broke through to the mid-7th level of the martial vein, which was very rare. In addition, her snake-haired woman remnant soul had been perfected to 60%, and the soul-seizing palm had been cultivated to the perfection realm. As for Ling Xiao, he also gained a lot. The giant sword remnant soul, the blood saber remnant soul, and the ghost ship remnant soul had all been perfected to 60%. The heavenly dragon golden body had been consolidated to the 2nd level, and the heavenly dragon true essence had filled one martial vein. However, this was already the upper limit of the heavenly dragon true essence that he could obtain at the moment. After the two came out of seclusion, they learned from Cold Plum that Hua Nanin, Shirley, and the other captain-level geniuses were also in seclusion. Probably after seeing Ling Xiao kill young Master Morong in 1 move and defeat Hua Nanin in 50 moves, they felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. This was a good thing. Young Master, Hua Nanin will probably come out of seclusion today. After all, today is the day of the monthly competition. In the past, he would always come out. I heard that he learned from his painful experience and went into seclusion. It is very likely that he has made some breakthroughs by now. Chapter 178. Don't worry, Hua Nanin. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but I still have to thank you for providing me with this information. Those who had lost to him before would never be able to catch up to him, let alone defeat him. He was already an early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master. He had experienced a lot and understood how terrifying his mountain river martial spirit was. If he didn't even have this bit of confidence, how could he call himself a transcendent? He didn't use the realm template because the news of him breaking through to the 7th martial vein realm had already spread throughout the latent dragon camp. There was no point in using the realm template. However, realm was one thing, strength was another. If someone treated him as an ordinary early-stage 7th martial vein realm martial master, they would be at a great disadvantage. While the three of them were talking, 3 ninja youths wearing forehead protectors walked into the latent dragon camp. Of course, General Jiyu followed behind them. He seemed to be guiding and supervising them. After all, this was the latent dragon camp. He couldn't let the people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy do anything overboard. The geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy are here. This is bad. Are we going to lose again? The disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy all wore forehead protectors, so the geniuses of the latent dragon camp recognized them immediately. Those who knew the results of the previous competition didn't look too good. Although the latent dragon camp wasn't very united, they still had a common enemy when facing an external enemy. Of the three geniuses, one was slightly fat, one was always lazy, and the last one was a very lively girl. I heard that Dai Yuling has already joined the 12 Tiger Guards. I wonder who else can be our opponent. We can win all 3 rounds this time, right? The girl said excitedly. The people from the latent dragon camp are nothing to worry about. However, the competition in the Heavenly Ninja Academy is fierce. I wonder who will be chosen by Master Bai Yun this time. The lazy youth used his hand to support his head and said, Master Bai Yun is the strongest person in the Baiyun province. His strength is even above Governor Wan Kuan and Border General Lin Zhe. However, he likes to travel, so he only comes back once every 3 years to recruit disciples. It would be great if I can be chosen by him. The fatty who was eating snacks while walking muttered, Don't worry. Master Bai Yun isn't a human, so he doesn't care about race when choosing disciples. As long as they have talent, they can choose anyone. I think he'll be choosing from our academy again. The lazy youth smiled and said, So far, Master Bai Yun has already chosen 2 inner disciples, and both of them are geniuses of our ninja clan. One is Wulong, and the other is Naruto. Naruto has been traveling with Master Bai Yun, whilst Wulong has been staying in the Heavenly Ninja Academy. His strength is much more terrifying than senior brother Flying Fish. I even heard that he killed a martial vein level 9 martial master with his 8th level martial vein cultivation. I've heard of it too, the lively girl hurriedly said. However, Mingtian obviously doesn't think highly of the latent dragon camp. That's why he didn't make a move. Otherwise, Dai Yuling wouldn't be here. The lazy young man glanced at the disciples of the latent dragon camp in disdain and raised his voice. How dare you talk nonsense in our latent dragon camp? Suddenly, a figure flashed out. It was the vice commander of the latent dragon camp, Hua Nanin. Is this the person sent by the latent dragon camp to spar? Haha, a martial master in the middle of the 7th level martial vein. His cultivation is not bad, but his aura is too impetuous and his foundation is unstable. I can defeat him with one move. The lazy young man looked at Hua Nanin and smiled faintly. Don't fight with me. Let me do it. The lively girl giggled and said, I want to see the skills of the latent dragon camp's disciples. Fine. Although you've just broken through to the middle of the 7th level martial vein, it's more than enough to deal with him. The lazy young man nodded and said. When the 2 of them were talking, they didn't seem to care about Hua Nanin at all. Although Hua Nanin was a spy sent by Wan Shi to the latent dragon camp, the 3 of them didn't know about it. Initially, Hua Nanin jumped out with the intention of feigning defeat. However, after hearing what the other party said, he was a little angry. He thought it wouldn't be too late to feign defeat after showing his strength to his opponent. Therefore, he shook the slender sword in his hand, and a rose whirlwind tore the ground apart and pounced toward the lively girl. The whirlwind tore a hole in the ground. It was obvious that although Hua Nanin's cultivation hadn't broken through, the power of her sword move had obviously increased a lot. It was even stronger than when she fought with Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary 7th level martial vein martial master, he wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful attack, because one wrong move would result in death. However, the vivacious girl only smiled and patted him lightly. A light green ripple appeared on her palm, and then it quickly expanded and turned into the shape of a beast's head. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a wild boar with 2 tusks. Although it didn't look impressive, the beast's head formed by true essence easily broke Hua Nanin's sword move. Not only that, after the beast's head broke the sword move, it didn't have any intention of stopping. It continued to pounce forward and crashed into Hua Nanin's body. Oh no! Bang! Bang! Hua Nanin saw that the situation wasn't good. When she tried to dodge, it was already too late. She was hit by the beast's head, and her body flew out with a bang. She crashed into 7 or 8 disciples of the latent dragon camp who were watching behind her. This scene made General Juyu, who was standing at the side, gloomy. After all, he was one of the Tiger Guards in charge of the latent dragon camp. When he saw the vice commander of the latent dragon camp being sent flying with one move, his heart sank. This was because 10 days ago, Ling Xiao had taken 50 moves to defeat Hua Nanin. This girl's strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Who could resist her? Moreover, according to his judgment, this girl was the weakest among the 3 geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Damn it, the people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy are too strong. Commander Hua was defeated in 1 move. It's over. This time, it's too embarrassing. Dai Yuling was there before, but now, sigh, it's over. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp shook their heads. A strong sense of inferiority rose in their hearts, and they even had thoughts of betrayal. After all, people wanted to go to higher places. Talented youths naturally wanted to go to a better place. They weren't that loyal to Lin Zhe. This battle naturally alarmed Ling Xiao and the others. He was rushing over. In the crowd, Hua Nanin jumped up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, "I showed mercy. I didn't expect you to take it seriously." As she spoke, the vital essence on Hua Nanin's thin sword kept spinning. She was burning her vital essence. It wasn't too much to say that he had shown mercy. After all, he didn't burn his vital essence in that move. Haha, if that's the case, come at me again. The lively girl didn't care. She just smiled as if Hua Nanin was not worth mentioning in her eyes. Okay, Red Storm of the Flower Sword. Although Hua Nanin was a spy, she was still the senior of these 3 people. After being taught a lesson by her, he couldn't hold back his anger. At most, he could explain to the governor after teaching this girl a lesson. Chapter 179. Red Hurricane. It was at least 3 times more powerful than the Rose Whirlwind from before. As the thin sword vibrated, the air emitted the sound of metal being cut apart. It carried a strong storm and directly swept towards the lively girl. It could be said that this was the strongest move that Hua Nanin could perform at the moment. It was an ultimate move that he created by combining his Rose Remnant Soul and the Flower Sword. Although it might not reach the level of a sure kill move, this move should be able to kill 3 or 4 ordinary early-stage 7th level martial vein masters. Oh, this move is more interesting. The lively girl smiled excitedly. Not only did she not retreat, but she also went forward. Behind her, a cute little pig appeared. This little pig was only a foot tall. Its pink and chubby appearance was very cute, but its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Is that a ninja soul? That's right. It should be at least 60% to 70% of a ninja soul. Amidst the crowd's discussion, the lively girl pushed her palms forward, and a strange force shot out from her hands. The pink pig remnant soul opened its mouth at the same time. This palm turned into a water arrow in the air. It looked ordinary, but it easily broke Hua Nanin's majestic move. Hua Nanin was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly dodged to the side, trying to avoid the remaining power of the water arrow. However, he was still too slow. The water arrow pierced through Hua Nanin's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Hua Nanin screamed miserably. He fell to the ground with a pale face. Before this battle, he was full of confidence. However, now, his face was even uglier than a dead man's face. Hee, I thought you could bring me a surprise. Who knew that you were so useless? The lively girl clapped her hands and shrugged regretfully. Junior sister, why do you have to force me? The latent dragon camp has never won against our Heavenly Ninja Academy in the past few years. When did they not suffer a crushing defeat? The lazy young man looked back at General Juyu and said with a smile, Juyu, this is the first round. Let's not waste any more time so that the latent dragon camp won't make a fool of themselves. The 3 of us still need to go back and cultivate. General Juyu's expression was ugly. Although he was unhappy with the other party's words, the reality was that the human race had really declined over the years. Even the 3 geniuses sent by the Heavenly Ninja Academy were ninjas. The rest of the latent dragon camp geniuses also lowered their heads. Many of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. But even if he was angry, what could he do? They were weaker than the other party, and the other party had come to spar according to the agreement. Could it be that they would gang up on him? That would be too embarrassing. Pa. Just as everyone's morale was at its lowest, A round of applause sounded. That's a good move. It's a quasi-transcendent martial art. No wonder Hua Nanayan's sword was broken so easily. The one who walked out of the crowd was Ling Xiao. He wasn't someone who liked to stand out, but now that he was the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp, he would be a coward if he didn't step out when the latent dragon camp was being humiliated. Hearing this, the lively young woman and the other three from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were shocked. Being able to see through the move that the lively young woman had used just now was enough to prove that this person wasn't simple. The fact that this person dared to step out amidst the low morale made everyone look at him in a new light. You are? The lively young woman asked in confusion. Before Ling Xiao could answer, the lazy young man smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, you should be the one who replaced Dai Yuling as the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp. Brother Ling, right? That's me. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Brother Ling, you're here to spar, right? Then let's not waste any more time. Let's spar. The lazy young man looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. In his opinion, as long as he defeated Ling Xiao, today's spar would be over. Furthermore, defeating the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp was definitely a rare improvement for the Heavenly Ninja Academy. After all, they had never won before. Ling Xiao, Hua Nanayan's spar doesn't count. After all, you're the one who decided on the spar list. General Nine Moons suddenly reminded him. What he meant was that he wanted Ling Xiao to be more cautious and not make a rash decision. However, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Commander Hua is also a disciple of the latent dragon camp. How can his spar not count? Let's just take it that the latent dragon camp has lost. This Ling Xiao is too stupid. Yeah. Isn't this the same as giving away a victory? That's not necessarily true. Since we can't win anyway, it doesn't matter who loses. Although the surrounding disciples didn't dare to speak loudly, they still dared to discuss in private. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had heard their words clearly. However, Ling Xiao didn't care much about those words. Ha ha ha, how conceited. Even Dai Yuling wouldn't dare to be so conceited. The lazy young man's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he spoke to Ling Xiao. There's no point in talking anymore. Send out the second person. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time. Then I'll do it. The chubby young man put down the snacks in his hand and stepped forward. At that moment, he released his aura. Late-stage Martial Vein Level 7 Martial Master. His realm was indeed higher than the lively girl from before. We don't have such a powerful martial artist in the latent dragon camp. If only Dai Yuling was still here. Yeah, what a pity. We're going to lose again. Maybe Ling Xiao can hold on for a little longer if he fights personally. To be honest, most of the people in the latent dragon camp lost their confidence after seeing the chubby young man's strength. It wasn't that they weren't confident, but that the latent dragon camp didn't have a late-stage Martial Vein Level 7 Martial Master. The strongest ones should be Hua Nanin and Shirlei. Both of them were middle-stage Martial Vein Level 7 Martial Masters. Shirlei was still in seclusion and hadn't come out yet. How were they going to fight? Senior Sister Ishue, thank you for your help. Ling Xiao patted Ling Ishue's arm gently and inadvertently transferred a trace of his Sky Dragon True Essence into her. This wasn't to help Ling Ishue fight, but to help Ling Ishue find her opponent's weakness. He had to admit that Ling Ishue was no match for the chubby young man in a head-on fight. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to help Ling Ishue. After all, no one said that he couldn't do so. Ling Ishue, although this girl is strong, she's no match for the chubby young man, right? Sigh, I hope she won't lose too badly. Ling Xiao is such a coward. I can't believe he's using a girl as his shield. Discussions broke out one after another. Anyway, there was nothing good to hear. You're no match for me. The chubby young man looked at Ling Ishue and said, Not necessarily. Ling Ishue circulated her true essence and a layer of snow-white true essence appeared on her body. Her sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. All right, I'll let you know the truth. The chubby young man frowned and clenched his fists. Ninja secret technique, giantification technique. At that moment, the chubby young man's body grew from 1.67 meters to a height of 4 to 5 meters. Chapter 180. The fat youth's punch was too ferocious. When it came crashing down, it actually formed a gale that blew Ling Yishue's clothes with a flapping sound. The wind blew the surrounding sand and stones. If Ling Yishue was really hit by this punch, she would be severely crippled even if she didn't die. However, there was no such restriction in the small sparring between the Heavenly Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp. It could kill or even cripple the opponent. Soul-stealing palm. Ling Yishue just stood there and threw out a seemingly light palm. The palm wind wasn't that strong and the scene wasn't that majestic. However, the expression of the young man who was watching the battle from the side changed drastically. He knew very well that the fat youth's most powerful technique was the giantification technique. Combined with various martial skills, it was much more powerful. However, the strength of his body made the fat youth's soul much weaker. The fat youth was most afraid of soul attacks. However, Ling Yishue used the top martial skill, soul-stealing palm. If it was just an ordinary top martial skill, they wouldn't be afraid. However, it was a top martial skill that specialized in soul attacks. If Ling Yishue's soul power was strong enough, the fat youth would lose without a doubt. This wasn't a difference in strength. It was completely restrained. As expected, when Ling Yishue's palm came, the fat youth who was originally attacking her became absent-minded for a moment. That fierce punch directly hit his feet. Boom! A huge crack appeared on the ground and continued to crack downwards. The place where the fat youth was standing sank, so much so that his huge body also tilted. How could Ling Yishue miss such a good opportunity? She flew up and slapped the fat youth's body. However, this palm didn't hit any vital points, but a position that no one would expect. This position was the weakness of the giantification technique. This woman is too scary. How could she see the weakness of the giantification technique? Did our information leak? The lazy youth's expression was ugly. Compared to the fat youth's defeat, he was more worried about the leakage of information. Of course, he didn't know that the weakness wasn't seen by Ling Yishue, but by Ling Xiao. He just told Ling Yishue with the Sky Dragon's true essence. With one palm, the fat youth returned to his original size and then fainted. He was a late 7th level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. Ling Yishue was also a mid-stage 7th level Martial Vein Realm Martial Master. There wasn't much difference between them, and Ling Yishue had restrained the fat youth from the beginning to the end, so she won very easily. I've said it before. We can't say anything until we've fought. After Ling Yishue defeated the fat youth, she returned to Ling Xiao's side. Congratulations, senior sister. Actually, you can win even if I don't help you, Ling Xiao said in a low voice. I can win, but it definitely won't be that easy. His gigantification technique is too difficult to deal with. If I can't find his weakness in a short period of time, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. The scariest thing about Ling Yishue was that she was calm enough. No matter if she won or lost, she could always clearly see her own weaknesses and strengths. Therefore, after almost every battle, she would improve quite a bit. Hee. Heavenly Ninja Academy's geniuses are only thus. General Jiu you could finally vent all his pin-up anger. The fat youth's face turned red, but he did not dare to be impudent here because General Yu Yu's cultivation was much higher than his. There's still one more battle. The outcome is still uncertain. The lazy young man's face was filled with killing intent as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Yeah, you'll lose if there's one more battle. Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and looked at General Jiu Yu with a smile. General, if we win this battle, will we get any rewards? Of course. The two people who win will each get a quasi-transcendent martial art. General Jiu Yu nodded. Moreover, the martial art will be provided by Heavenly Ninja Academy. You can choose freely. Actually, the Dean of Heavenly Ninja Academy, Wan Bin, was the one who proposed the battle. His goal was to obtain all of the quasi-transcendent martial arts in the Latent Dragon Camp. Lin Zhe agreed to this request under pressure. Fortunately, quasi-transcendent martial arts were not transcendent martial arts. Although there were not many of them in the Latent Dragon Camp, there were still many of them. Originally, Lin Zhe thought that the Latent Dragon Camp would benefit from this kind of competition since there were winners and losers on both sides. However, since the beginning of the battle, the Latent Dragon Camp had not won even once. Therefore, The latent dragon camp had been giving the martial art manuals to the Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples for free. Oh, this is not bad. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't really like battles that didn't have any rewards. It's not bad, but you can't win. The lazy youth waved his hand and took out a weapon that looked like a saber and a sword from his storage ring. It was a long and flat blade. Like a saber, it only had a blade on one side. However, its width was closer to that of a sword. It looked very strange. Even though this is just a spar, I hope you can understand that I will definitely not show mercy. You better not disappoint me too much and play with me more. Ling Xiao did not take out his ice-glazed sword. He only wanted to test his heavenly dragon golden body that had just broken through to the second level. Therefore, he was going to fight with his opponent with his bare hands. I won't use more than 10 moves against you, Ling Xiao said calmly. The lazy youth's expression changed and he said gloomily, Good, very good. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me within 10 moves. Be careful not to cut your own tongue. In a flash, as soon as he finished speaking, the lazy youth suddenly pointed the strange saber in his hand at Ling Xiao. He instantly turned into a shadow and shot out. His target was Ling Xiao's vital part. Qi. A light blue sword light pierced through the air and blue electric sparks were produced. The air was almost melted by the friction. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao's expression was calm. As his body glowed with a golden light, a giant black bear appeared behind him. Obviously, it came from young Master Morong's martial art remnant soul, the Black Bear Remnant Soul. He chose this remnant soul because the Black Bear Remnant Soul represented strength and wildness. Ling Xiao was fighting with his bare hands. He wanted to completely suppress his opponent with strength. Then, he threw out 3 punches in a row. The meteor fist that glowed with a golden light met the light blue sword light. Crack, crack. Like a broken piece of iron exploding, the light blue sword light was shattered by the terrifying golden light before it could even get close to Ling Xiao's fist. It exploded and scattered in all directions. In the crowd, someone was accidentally shot, and his body was directly shot through. It was just the afterglow of the explosion, but it was already so powerful. It could be seen how terrifying that sword light was. Even so, it was still broken by Ling Xiao, and it was broken very easily. Second flash. The lazy young man didn't show any signs of surprise. This was because he did not expect to defeat Ling Xiao in one move. If that was the case, this battle would be too boring. Moreover, his opponent was not that weak. Just as Ling Xiao shattered his first sword light, an illusory figure appeared behind him. It was a shadow holding a strange saber. This shadow was not very tall, only about 2 meters tall. However, the strong power contained in this shadow was definitely not to be underestimated. Swordsman Ninja Spirit. This should be one of the ninja's longest sword ninja spirits. However, to be able to perfect this ninja spirit to 70%, this child is indeed very talented. Even General Juyu, who was watching the show, had to admit that this lazy youth should be the strongest of the 3 people sent by the Heavenly Ninja Academy this time. Although his cultivation was the same as the fat youth, the late 7th level of the martial vein, he did not have any obvious weaknesses. Moreover, his mind was calmer and smarter. When the ninja spirit appeared, the youth took a mysterious step. His body that was originally rushing towards Ling Xiao suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's left side. Chapter 181. The youth suddenly moved to Ling Xiao's side with a strange footwork, and then the strange blade in his hand slashed down again. Within a short distance, the strange blade instantly tore through the air, making a shrill whining sound as it tore through the air. Due to the friction in the air, the temperature suddenly rose and even produced an obvious flame. It wasn't hard to guess that even with the protection of true essence, blood would splatter on the spot after being hit by this blade. Clang! What surprised everyone was that in the face of such a sudden change in moves, Ling Xiao's body didn't move at all. He didn't even look and only punched out with his left hand, accurately hitting the strange blade. This punch was still golden, as if it was wrapped in gold. This was the effect of the 9 transformation golden body technique combined with the heavenly dragon golden body. The violent shock caused the strange blade in the lazy youth's hand to almost fly out. This time, he couldn't help but be surprised. The strange blade in his hand was a mortal-grade artifact. Coupled with his vigorous true essence and top-grade martial arts, it actually couldn't withstand the power of the opponent's high-grade martial arts? What kind of international joke was this? Scram! Swinging away the strange blade with his left hand, Ling Xiao's golden light became even more dazzling. His entire person faintly felt like a dragon soaring in the wild. He twisted his body, and his right hand continuously punched out several times. Each punch was full of power, causing the air to explode. Pong pong pong, ninja secret technique, body protection technique. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, the shadow behind the youth suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, true essence poured into the shadow, forming a layer of barrier, blocking the youth tightly. However, the genius youth of the Heavenly Ninja Academy clearly underestimated the power of Ling Xiao's punches. After blocking a few times, the shadow instantly exploded, and he was also forced to retreat. He hurriedly dodged, but at least he wasn't sent flying. Seeing this, General Ju couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and then that expression immediately turned into a brilliant smile. To be honest, he was a little worried about Ling Xiao at first, afraid that Ling Xiao would suffer in the hands of this lazy youth. After all, the other party was at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein, while Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. But seeing this, he felt that his worries were completely unnecessary. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao did not even use 50% of his strength. To be able to defeat his opponent so easily, this brat was too terrifying. Now, he finally understood that the most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao was not his strength, but his intelligent way of fighting. In Ling Xiao's battles, he was always able to calculate everything. The opponent's weakness, the flaws in the opponent's moves, the best time to attack, the best attack moves, the best combination of moves, and so on. This allowed Ling Xiao to use only 50% of his strength to do something that could only be done with 80% or even 90% of his strength. General Ju had never seen anyone in the world who could do this. None of the 12 Tiger Guards could do it. Even Lin Shuai couldn't do it. That Wan Bin couldn't do it either. No one in Heavenly Ninja Academy could do it either. Perhaps this was the most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao. Of course, the young genius from Heavenly Ninja Academy wouldn't be so weak. He probably didn't use all of his strength either. The following battle might be even more exciting. General Ju smiled. He was suddenly filled with confidence in Ling Xiao. Hee, senior brother. If you don't use all of your strength, I'm afraid you'll lose. The lively young girl giggled as she shouted at the lazy young man. The lazy young man was clearly provoked. With a bang, he stomped on the ground and stabilized his body that was rapidly retreating. A few more cracks appeared on the ground. The poor ground of the latent dragon camp was almost always full of holes after every battle. Perhaps it was because of this that the ground was preserved. Otherwise, if it was any other ground, it would be a heartache for half a day if it was broken. Ling Xiao, you're really powerful. You're qualified to make me use all of my strength. After saying that, black flames rose around the young genius's body. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and the wind that blew past him suddenly became scalding hot wind. The shadow behind him became more solid. However, the ninja's expression became somewhat ferocious. His body was also burning with black flames. Then, he held the strange blade with both of his hands. The black flames passed through his arms and then merged into the strange saber of the youth, causing the saber to burn. The strange black flames gave people a creepy feeling, causing many of the spectating youths to lose control of their aura chi and true essence. Black Sun Prison Break. The youth roared and then slashed at Ling Xiao with the ninja. The two strange blades merged into one and turned into a huge blade that was completely condensed from true essence and black flames. It was more than 10 meters long. It directly slashed at Ling Xiao. The huge blade was too fast and its power was too fierce. It almost directly tore the space in front of it and completely burned the air. The crackling sound was like a forest on fire. Hee, senior brother is finally serious. This blade is very powerful and fast. His opponent definitely won't be able to block or dodge it. He's definitely going to lose. The vivacious girl giggled at the chubby youth. Her originally nervous expression also relaxed, and the chubby youth only nodded. He understood the power of the lazy youth's blade the best. Even in the Sky Ninja Academy, not many people could block it. At this moment, General Yu Yu's originally relaxed face had a bit of worry. The power of the youth's attack was completely out of his expectations. This should be a power that only a quasi-transcendental martial art could achieve. Ling Xiao had never cultivated a quasi-transcendental martial art before. Facing this attack, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Adding on the fact that his cultivation was not as good as his opponent's, the situation was not optimistic. General Yu Yu, there's no need to worry. Junior brother will definitely win. Although this Sky Ninja Academy genius is very powerful, in front of junior brother, he's not worth mentioning. Ling Yishue's voice sounded in General Yu Yu's ears. You're very confident. General Yu Yu could not help but smile bitterly. He really did not know where Ling Yishue's confidence in Ling Xiao came from. It was probably because of her bias. After all, Ling Yishue and Ling Xiao were both martial artists from Tianfeng City. Moreover, they seemed to have a close relationship. Of course, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could win. In that case, the latent dragon camp would be able to vent their anger. Die. The Sky Ninja Academy genius poured almost all of his true essence into this terrifying blade. Therefore, his face was slightly pale. However, he did not regret it because he knew the power of his blade. Just as the huge blade was about to slash down, Ling Xiao actually revealed a faint smile. This kind of move is more interesting. It was not that he was arrogant, but he really needed such a powerful move to test the defense of his golden body. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. The golden light around Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Even the black bear's remnant soul behind him was completely covered by the golden light. Chapter 182. General Yu Yu had only guessed that Ling Xiao was practicing the heavenly dragon golden body in the precious treasure pavilion. However, it was extremely difficult to learn a transcendent martial art. Therefore, he did not expect Ling Xiao to reach a high level in such a short period of time. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon golden body was already at the small success stage. Was there a mistake? No one could answer him. On the other side, the giant bear paw had also merged with Ling Xiao's palms. Then, his palms seemed to have solidified as he faced the giant blade. Crack! Crack! The giant bear paw and the giant blade collided in the air. Then, the blade was clamped tightly between Ling Xiao's palms. Grabbing the blade with his bare hands? How the F***ck is this possible? Boom! While everyone was discussing, the giant bear paw suddenly pulled back and the giant blade shattered. The genius from the Heavenly Ninja Academy was sent flying and spat out blood. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Actually, I don't need to face this move head-on at all. That's because this move of yours is flashy but useless. It's nice to look at but useless. Ling Xiao looked at the genius on the ground and said calmly, I fought you head-on because I wanted to tell you that 3 or 4 moves are enough to defeat you. I didn't even need 10 moves. I overestimated you. You. The genius had already stood up. However, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he could not help but be furious. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his face became even more ghastly. The latent dragon camp won this battle. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you've really brought honor to the latent dragon camp. No, you've brought honor to the border general's estate. You've brought honor to the human race. General Yu Yu was stunned for a moment before he immediately announced the result. Long live Commander Ling. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. In the next moment, the latent dragon camp was filled with deafening roars. Regardless of whether they liked Ling Xiao or disliked Ling Xiao, they all shouted excitedly at this moment, because they had long had enough of this attitude. At the same time, they understood that it wasn't that Heavenly Ninja Academy was too good, but that they hadn't worked hard enough. Look at Ling Xiao. He was just a newbie who had just joined the latent dragon camp, but he was able to achieve what he had today with his own ability. What reason was there not to work hard? What reason was there to complain? Where are the items? General of the Ninth Moons looked at the three geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy and asked with a smile, "Himph, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. Here are two quasi-transcendent martial art copies. Take them." The lazy young man took out two secret manuals from his storage ring and handed them to General September. "But don't blame us for not reminding you. You'd better memorize the contents because these two manuals will automatically self-destruct after 15 minutes. Having said that, he looked back at Ling Xiao and coldly said, "I admit that you're very strong, but defeating me is nothing. The next time you go to the Heavenly Ninja Academy, you'll meet even stronger opponents. Compared to the true geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy, you're still lacking." Then, he turned around and left in a sorry state with the help of the young girl and the chubby young man. "Ling Xiao, you have a good memory. Memorize the contents of these two manuals first, then pass one of them to Ling Yixue." General September hurriedly handed the two quasi-transcendent martial art copies to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and casually flipped through them. At that moment, there was already a copy in the Mountain River world. Two inner force cultivation methods? Ling Xiao could not help but frown. "General September, there's a problem with these two manuals. A lot of the key parts have been changed." "That's normal." General September sighed and said, "Although the rules say that we can't make any major changes to the secret manual, it's allowed to slightly change a few key points. We've done that in the past, so whether you can cultivate it or not will depend on your own abilities." "Okay, I understand." Ling Xiao nodded. In fact, this kind of thing might be very unpleasant for others, but it was nothing to him. Because he had the Mountain River martial spirit, for this kind of quasi-transcendent martial art, only a few key parts had been modified. It was completely possible to analyze and crack it. "Understand? Aren't you going to hand it over to me, and then let a martial vein level 9 martial master help me crack it?" General September asked doubtfully. "How long will it take?" Ling Xiao asked. "At least a month." General September thought for a moment and said, "That won't be necessary." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "My Mountain River martial spirit will probably be completely cracked in a moment. It would be faster if I did it myself. No need. Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I'm sure and I'm sure." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and returned to his courtyard. Ling Yixue and Cold Plum also followed. "The two of you can do whatever you want. I'm going to comprehend this quasi-transcendent martial art." After saying that, Ling Xiao entered the training room. The two quasi-transcendent martial arts he obtained from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were the Soul Ignition Technique and the Snow Lotus True Explanation. Both of them belonged to the category of Inner Force Cultivation Technique, but there was a big difference. Among them, the Snow Lotus True Explanation was actually the advanced version of the Snow Lotus Chi Technique. Thinking about it, the Snow Lotus Sword Technique was a transcendent sword technique, while the Snow Lotus Chi Technique was only a peak-grade martial art. It was impossible to match. Most likely, the Snow Lotus True Explanation had an advanced version, which should be a transcendent martial art. However, to be able to obtain a quasi-transcendent inner force cultivation technique, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. Since it was a quasi-transcendent martial art, compared to a peak-grade martial art, it naturally had its advantages. The outstanding part of the Snow Lotus True Explanation was that it could completely transform the foundation of the Snow Lotus Chi technique. In other words, if Ling Xiao cultivated it, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, the true essence condensed from this set of inner force cultivation technique not only had an extremely strong yin attribute, but it could also change the opponent's true essence attribute. It didn't sound very useful, right? Actually, it wasn't. If the opponent was proficient in Fire True Essence or Earth True Essence, then their martial art would definitely be compatible with these attributes. One could imagine, if the opponent used the Raging Flame Palm, but their true essence was of the Yin attribute, would the Raging Flame Palm still be powerful? Of course, this kind of change was only gradual. It was impossible to completely change the opponent's true essence all at once, so the advantage was that it could weaken the opponent's attack. If combined with the Mountain River martial spirit's ability to devour true essence, the opponent would definitely suffer a great loss. The Soul Ignition art was very interesting. Rather than calling it an inner force cultivation technique, it was better to call it a martial art that used soul strength as true essence. Of course, other than the transformation effect, it could also increase soul strength. This was a martial art that was simply tailor-made for Ling Yixue. Ling Yixue's true essence level was inferior to many people, and even inferior to martial artists in the same realm. The reason was that she was from the soul race. However, with the soul ignition art, she didn't need to condense true essence at all in the future. She could completely change to using soul strength as the source of energy for martial arts. Ling Yixue's soul strength was so strong that even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level martial vein could not compare to her. If she really cultivated the soul ignition art, her strength would increase by more than one level. Chapter 183. Although Ling Xiao wasn't from the Soul Clan, he was born with a powerful soul. Coupled with his mountain river martial spirit, his soul power wasn't as monstrous as Ling Yixue's, but it was much stronger than most people. There must be a reason why the Heavenly Ninja Academy chose these two quasi-transcendental martial arts. The Snow Lotus Truth required one to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi technique to the perfection stage in order to cultivate it. This was equivalent to saying that it was meaningless to most martial artists. The soul ignition art was only useful for martial artists with powerful souls. It was meaningless for most martial artists. They chose these two quasi-transcendental martial arts so that they could embarrass the latent dragon camp when they lost. They didn't expect that it would help Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue instead. Ling Xiao secretly smiled and gave the two quasi-transcendental martial arts to his mountain river martial spirit to decipher. Just as he expected, it only took a moment to decipher them. Then, he took a copy of the soul ignition art from the mountain river world and gave it to Ling Yixue to study. He used the quasi-transcendental secret technique, the shadow cultivation secret technique, to create two clones. His main body cultivated the Snow Lotus Truth, one clone cultivated the soul ignition art, and the other continued to consolidate the Sky Dragon golden body. He had benefited a lot from the battle just now. There was a reason why he only had two doppelgangers to cultivate. Although the clones could help speed up cultivation, the consumption of physical strength and soul power would also increase proportionally. For example, if a clone could increase cultivation speed by 70%, then the consumption of physical strength and soul power would increase by 70%. He couldn't create too many clones. Because of the foundation of the Snow Lotus Chi formula, Ling Xiao was able to cultivate the Snow Lotus Truth to the initial stage within an hour. The Snow Lotus Truth had a total of 9 levels. He had already cultivated it to the 3rd level. He could clearly feel that the quality of his true yuan had improved. It had become purer and more powerful. A quasi-transcendental martial art could reach the small success stage so easily. No matter who saw it, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. The true yuan obtained from cultivating the Snow Lotus Truth was called the Snow Lotus True Yuan. Although this kind of true essence was still a lot weaker than the Sky Dragon true essence, it was a lot stronger than ordinary true essence. Even though the energy in one's body would transform into quintessential essence after advancing to martial master, there would still be differences in quality. The difference between high-grade martial arts, top-grade martial arts, and quasi-transcendent martial arts was especially huge. This was also the reason why after a martial artist became a martial master, they couldn't wait to cultivate a quasi-transcendent inner force cultivation method as soon as possible. It could be said that apart from a small part of the Sky Dragon true essence, all of the true essence in his body had been converted into Snow Lotus true essence. Ling Xiao's strength had at least doubled. If he met the genius of the Heavenly Ninja Academy again, he would be able to win even without using the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a transcendent martial art. It was best not to use it casually to avoid getting into trouble. In the previous battle, he believed that other than the 9th Moon General, no one knew that he had used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They probably all thought that he had used the 9 Transformation Golden Body technique. After all, the two techniques were a little too similar on the surface. Next, he cultivated for nearly 2 hours and consolidated the Snow Lotus Truth to the 3rd level. The use of the Snow Lotus True essence in his body also became more adept. On the other hand, the Soul Ignition art could be considered to have entered the entry level. After cultivating it to the first level, his soul power had increased by a lot. Moreover, he discovered that if he used his soul power to execute the terrifying finger, its power would become even more terrifying. Now, he could almost conclude that the blue-clothed woman he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was related to the Soul Tribe. In addition, he also made a very interesting discovery. Using the Soul Ignition Art, he could completely use his soul power to execute the martial arts he cultivated. The power was almost the same as using True Essence, but the effect was as different as heaven and earth. Using True Essence to execute a martial skill still emphasized on the destruction of the body. On the other hand, martial arts executed with soul power focused on destroying the soul. This meant that he had two different ways of executing the same martial arts. If he could use it flexibly in battle, it would be impossible for his opponent to guard against it. In addition, Ling Xiao discovered that in the process of cultivating the extraordinary martial arts Heavenly Dragon Golden Body and Quasi-Transcendental Martial Arts, he actually had a slight understanding of the first form of the Snow Lotus Sword technique that he had comprehended from the remnant Extraordinary Martial Arts. This was probably related to the Snow Lotus Truth and the extraordinary profound of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. After the Mountain River Martial Spirit absorbed the extraordinary profound of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, it gradually simulated the extraordinary profound of the Snow Lotus Sword technique. However, this was not a simple matter. After such a long time of comprehension, he had only comprehended the first form of the Snow Lotus Sword technique, Flying Snow, to about 60 to 70% mastery. He should be able to try using it in an attack. Its power would not be inferior to a quasi-transcendental martial art, but it would not reach the level of a transcendent martial art. However, at this rate, he estimated that he would soon completely comprehend the first form. At that time, Ling Xiao would have one more trump card. Sensing that he was unable to make any further progress, Ling Xiao stopped his closed-door cultivation. Instead, he sorted out his current situation. Currently, he had two complete martial spirits, the Cherry Tree Martial Spirit and the Dark Cloud Martial Spirit. However, he did not dare to use the complete martial spirits. After all, it would attract too much jealousy. Unless he was on the verge of death, he would not use it easily. He had 4 Martial Tao Remnant Souls, the Ghost Ship Remnant Soul, the Giant Sword Remnant Soul, the Blood Blade Remnant Soul, and the Black Bear Remnant Soul. Currently, these 4 Martial Tao Remnant Souls had their own special uses. When the Ghost Ship Remnant Soul was used with the Soaring Cloud Steps, its speed would not be inferior to a quasi-transcendental martial art. Moreover, it could save a lot of true yuan and also had a certain degree of attack power. When the Giant Sword Remnant Soul was used with the Sword Move, it could greatly increase the power of the Sword Move. When the Blood Blade Remnant Soul was used with the Sword Move, it could make the sword move more strange and unexpected. When the Black Bear Remnant Soul was used in barehanded combat, it could increase the power of the move and increase the strength of the body. It could be said that he did not want to give up any of these 4 Remnant Souls because they were all useful. When he encountered different enemies, he could use the Remnant Souls. As for the martial arts he was currently cultivating, they were mainly Transcendent Martial Art Heavenly Dragon Golden Body Transcendent Incomplete Snow Lotus Sword Arts Quasi-Transcendent Martial Arts Soul Ignition Art Snow Lotus Truth Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique Top Grade Martial Arts Multiple Shadow Sword Art Power not inferior to a Quasi-Transcendental Martial Art 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique Last Transformation Imperial Sword Art Attack Power Comparable to a Quasi-Transcendental Martial Art Unique Martial Arts Soaring Cloud Steps and Ox Demon Art. They surpassed all high-grade martial arts and were currently slightly inferior to quasi-transcendental martial arts. Special martial arts Terrifying Finger and Geocentric Ice Lotus. Currently, high-grade martial arts could not keep up with the pace. Although Ling Xiao used Meteor Fist to defeat the genius of Heavenly Ninja Academy. However, he was very clear that he actually relied on Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Right now, he desperately wanted to obtain a set of fist or palm techniques so that he could fight barehanded. After all, after obtaining Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, barehanded combat would be able to display its greatest strength. Chapter 184. After assessing his strength, Ling Xiao felt that he had already surpassed his peers by quite a bit. However, when he thought of General Yuling and Dai Yuling, he was very clear that he could not slack off. Of course, when one's cultivation reached a bottleneck, it was not a bad idea to go out and relax. He had just walked out of the cultivation room when Cold Plum walked over. Young master, Missy Shui is still in closed-door cultivation. Besides that, there's a rumor circulating in the latent dragon camp that you might want to know about. Oh? What's the rumor? Ling Xiao asked. Cold Plum replied. It's rumored that the #1 expert in Baiyun province, Master Baiyun, will be accepting disciples once every 3 years. This time, he will be accepting disciples from the entire Baiyun province. The location is Skycloud City, but those who will be chosen are either from Heavenly Ninja Academy or Latent Dragon Camp. This Master Baiyun is more powerful than Wan Bin and Lin Shui? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. It's rumored that he might be a transcendent. Cold Plum replied. Transcendent. Since he's a transcendent, I'll have to give it a try. If one could become a transcendent's disciple, it would definitely be beneficial to one's cultivation. Young master, please don't let your guard down. This Master Baiyun only accepts young people below 16 years old. Moreover, he only looks at their innate potential and not their cultivation or strength. The 12 Tiger Guards are very powerful, right? But none of them were chosen by him. Cold Plum explained. Has anyone been chosen before? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, 2 people from Heavenly Ninja Academy were chosen. In the past, there was a genius from the Governor Manor who was also chosen. Master Baiyun has had this rule for over 100 years, but he only has 5 disciples. Cold Plum nodded. From Cold Plum's words, one could tell that this Master Baiyun's selection of disciples was very strict. No matter what, I have to try. If you don't try, the possibility is 0. If you try, at least the possibility won't be 0. Thank you for telling me this news. Ling Xiao smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's exchange some pointers. There are some things I want to explore in battle. For the next 3 days, Ling Xiao basically spent his time cultivating and exchanging pointers. His cultivation base, strength, and combat ability had to be improved. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, General Ju Yu gathered all the latent dragon camp disciples again and announced a piece of news. 1 day later, Master Baiyun will return to Sky Cloud City and will be recruiting disciples at White Cloud Monastery. All disciples under the age of 16 can go and try. It doesn't matter if your cultivation base is low. This news caused an uproar in the latent dragon camp like a volcanic eruption. Everyone became excited, especially the disciples under the age of 16. All of them rubbed their fists and were ready to jump over the dragon gate. There was actually a reason why they acted this way. It was said that no matter how weak one's strength was, as long as one was chosen by Master Baiyun, they would be able to reach the 8th layer martial vein, or even the 9th layer martial vein within a year. To many disciples who couldn't catch up in their cultivation, this was simply the best chance to change their fate. Master Baiyun was a person whom even Governor Wan Kuan and Border Garrison General Lin Zhe were extremely respectful towards. It showed how glorious it was to become this person's disciple. When the news spread, including Latent Dragon Camp, Heavenly Ninja Academy, and even the entire White Cloud Province, all the young practitioners under the age of 16 were so excited that they couldn't sleep. From all over White Cloud Province, there were many talented young practitioners who rushed towards Sky Cloud City. In an instant, Sky Cloud City was overcrowded and many people couldn't even enter the city. Those who were not involved could only camp outside the city, and only those talented practitioners who came to try their luck were allowed to enter the city. After the initial agitation, Ling Zhao's emotions gradually calmed down. He didn't like to hand his fate over to others. If he could become Master Baiyun's disciple, that would be the best. If not, he didn't care. He believed that with his mountain river martial spirit, he could do it better than anyone else. However, there were a few people in Latent Dragon Camp who actually broke through under the immense pressure. The most conspicuous one among them was Ain Ran. Ain Ran had broken through to the 7th level of the martial vein and was promoted to a martial master. From a martial disciple to a martial master, It seemed as though it was just a promotion of one realm, but the status in the world was totally different. Once she became a martial master, she would be revered by many. Ling Xiao personally went to congratulate Ayn Rand and gave her a rare top-grade martial art. This kind of martial art didn't have much meaning to him, but to Ayn Rand, it was totally different. Ayn Rand urgently needed a top-grade martial art to raise her ability. After the congratulatory ceremony, Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard to continue cultivating. Even if it was just one day, he wasn't willing to waste any time. Snow Lotus Truth was currently his main cultivation method, so naturally, he had to persevere in cultivating it. So his main body had always been cultivating this. Even though the true essence in his body was already comparable to a practitioner at the 7th level of the martial vein, but no one would complain about their own ability. After all, this was a quasi-transcendent level internal cultivation method. The sooner he cultivated it to the perfection stage, or even the perfection stage, the better it would be for him. Of the two doppelgangers, one of them insisted on cultivating Sky Dragon Golden Body. This was his only transcendent level martial art, so he couldn't stop cultivating it. The other doppelganger persisted in improving Ghost Shadow Sword Technique. The power of Ghost Shadow Sword Technique was far stronger than he had imagined. Currently, Ling Xiao had only cultivated it to the perfection stage and had not entered the perfection stage yet. Even so, its attack power was already comparable to a quasi-transcendent level martial art. The next afternoon, he suddenly had a slight understanding of Ghost Shadow Sword Technique and finally stepped into the perfection stage. He also comprehended the second level of the Sure Kill skill, Giant Spirit Kill. This Sure Kill skill was used in conjunction with the Giant Sword Remnant Soul. The stronger the Giant Sword Remnant Soul was, the more powerful it would be. Compared to Shadow King Kill, it was naturally more powerful. When he used Giant Spirit Kill, the wind and clouds changed color and the heaven and earth trembled. The giant shadow in the void slashed down with its sword, and there was a faint trace of a transcendent level martial art. It could be said that the power of this move, even when facing an 8th level martial vein martial master, was completely superior. This was under the condition that the giant sword remnant soul had not turned into a complete soul and did not rely on Sky Dragon Golden Body. With Giant Spirit Kill, Shadow King Kill seemed a little useless. However, it didn't matter. Ling Xiao had modified Shadow King Kill and combined it with the Blood Saber Remnant Soul to transform it into Blood Saber Shadow King Kill. Although the power of this move was still inferior to Giant Spirit Kill, it was even more unpredictable. In the past, when Shadow King Kill was used, it relied on speed to win. But now, when Blood Saber Shadow King Kill was used, the opponent would not know where this move would come from. It was unknown how many Blood Saber afterimages would appear. A day passed very quickly. General Juyu announced again, "Rest well today. Tomorrow, we will head to Baiyun Temple together." At this time, Ling Yixue had also come out of seclusion. Although her realm was still at the middle of the 7th level of the martial vein realm, Ling Xiao felt that even if Ling Yixue met a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein realm, she would not be afraid. There was actually a feeling that he could not see through her. Chapter 185. Shirley, who had been in seclusion, also came out. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, which was even stronger than Hua Nanin. This was probably the so-called innocence of a child. Because Shirley was focused on cultivation, but Hua Nanin liked to play tricks too much, so in the end, she delayed her cultivation. She was originally stronger than Shirley. Now, she was at a disadvantage. The night was cold as water, and the moon was bright in the sky. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating and invited Shirley, Ayn Rand, Ling Yixue, and Cold Plum to drink tea and chat. The few of them were a little excited, including Ling Xiao. Ever since he obtained the Mountain River martial soul, his cultivation had been increasing crazily. He had trampled many geniuses who were once stronger than him. Even so, he still did not want to give up any opportunity to increase his cultivation. This was because the blue-clothed girl he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range would often appear in his mind. That girl's cultivation was still low at that time, and the grade of her mountain river martial soul was not high enough, so he could not determine her age. But now that he thought about it, that girl was probably not more than 20 years old. A 20-year-old transcendent warrior. Every time he thought of this, he could not calm down. However, he did not lose confidence. He only became more hardworking and diligent, and was even more unwilling to give up any opportunity. Now, how could he remain calm when he was the disciple of Master Bayun, who had the potential to become a transcendent warrior? The young martial artist basically did not sleep the entire night. However, this was nothing to them. Once one's strength had risen to the 4th level and above, one would only need to rest for an hour to fully recover. Not to mention a martial master like Ling Xiao. In the morning, the bugle horns sounded in the military camp. Including Ling Xiao, all the disciples under the age of 16 in the latent dragon camp followed General Jiuyu to Bayun Temple. Bayun Temple was located on Bayun Mountain, and there was only one path up the mountain. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and this was only on the surface. In fact, there were restrictions on this path. The selection had been going on secretly since the foot of the mountain, but many people did not know about it. As long as a martial artist didn't have perseverance and willpower, it would be impossible. Therefore, this seemingly endless path of stairs became the first hurdle for all young martial artists. Under normal circumstances, as long as a martial artist above the 4th level of the martial vein, they would be able to reach it if they persevered. However, there weren't many people who could persevere until the end. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of martial artists had come to participate in the selection. But when they reached Bayun Monastery, there were less than 1,000 left. The vast majority of people couldn't even bear this bit of hardship. But thinking about it, it was normal. There were many young geniuses who were respected in their own families. They ate the best, drank the best, and used the best. Therefore, they doubted whether there was any point in suffering like this. In any case, he might not be chosen by Master Bayun. In front of the Bayun Temple was the 2nd checkpoint. It was a test of comprehension. The Dao children brought over a stone tablet. There was a passage on it, and it contained a martial art move. Only by comprehending it would one be qualified to enter the White Cloud Temple. This was even crazier than the previous checkpoints. In the end, the 1,000 people were reduced to 50. Among them, there were 7 people from the latent dragon camp: Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao, Shi Lei, Ling Yixue, Huan Anin, Yin Ran, and Cold Plum. The remaining 40 or so people were all disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. None of the young martial artists who came from outside were left. They were all eliminated. And this was only the 2nd checkpoint. Bayun Monastery opened. A total of 52 people entered. However, the moment they entered the Bayun Monastery, all of their breathing became rapid. In the Bayun Monastery, a terrifying aura spread out. No one told them that this was the 3rd checkpoint. It was a test of courage, and endurance. Thump, thump. As soon as they entered the Bayun Monastery, people knelt on the ground one after another. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. If they just knelt, they wouldn't be eliminated. However, those who fainted were carried out directly. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. Soon, the original 52 people became 22 people. In the latent dragon camp, Huan Anin fainted and was eliminated. The remaining people who were eliminated were all disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. The current number of people was 6 from the latent dragon camp and 16 from the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Finally, the huge pressure disappeared. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. Lin Zhe, Wan Bin, and the Bayun Monastery's master were still in the enlightened state. These 3 people were all at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. The terrifying aura just now came from the 3 of them. It's actually them. No wonder their aura is so powerful. But the governor, the general, and the Bayun Monastery's master are all at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. They are all famous and powerful figures. Why would they be willing to help Master Bayun? You don't know, right? Actually, these 3 can barely be considered Master Bayun's disciples. Someone from the Heavenly Ninja Academy snorted coldly. Barely? Yes, they can't be considered Master Bayun's true disciples. They can only be considered disciples. The man said complacently. What? Everyone was shocked. Including Ling Xiao, no one could believe that this was true. In the Baiyun province, other than Master Baiyun, these three people were the most famous. Moreover, their cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level martial vein. How could they not be true disciples? They could only be considered disciples? No matter how one thought about it, a disciple could not be compared to a true disciple. A disciple can only receive occasional guidance from a master, but a true disciple can cultivate with a master and receive careful guidance from a master. Whether it is resources or conditions, they are much better than a disciple. The Heavenly Ninja Academy disciple continued. Our Heavenly Ninja Academy's two super geniuses, Zuolong and Ming Tian, are Master Baiyun's true disciples. Zuolong? Ming Tian? This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of these two people. You probably haven't heard of them. Zuolong is only 15 years old. With his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level martial vein, he can easily kill a 9th level martial vein martial master. And Ming Tian is only 16 years old. He is the only 9th level martial master under the age of 16 in the Baiyun province. Good fellow. As expected, there is always someone better. Whether it is Zuolong or Ming Tian, any one of them can easily destroy Tianfeng City. Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The warriors of Tianfeng City were still fighting among themselves. Now that he thought about it, those so-called geniuses were just a joke compared to these two people. It's a pity that these two peerless geniuses are ninja warriors. Another person sighed. Ninja warriors. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This was the territory of the human race. In the Baiyun province, which belonged to the human race, human warriors were actually trampled under the feet of ninja warriors. This was truly a humiliation. At this moment, Zuolong and Ming Tian were leaning against a pillar and chatting casually. One was cold, while the other was talkative. But what they had in common was that their auras were incomparably powerful. In front of them, the other geniuses seemed to be overshadowed. It was like a grain of rice competing with the bright moon. Chapter 186. Among the 22 people, only one of them still had clear eyes. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never thought that he was weaker than anyone, especially after he obtained the Mountain River martial soul. His cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds. The geniuses that were once out of his reach were all left behind by him. You should be proud to be able to come here. The 22 of you, regardless of whether you can become the master's disciple in the end, will receive a quasi-transcendent martial art as your reward. You can choose whatever you want. The Baiyun monastery master bowed to the crowd and said with a smile, "Then please follow me to the True Spirit Palace." Senior brother, I'm afraid that there are a lot of people entering the True Spirit Palace this time. I remember that back then, only 3 of us were able to make it to the end. Lindsay smiled and said to Seiji, "Yes, you're right. The young people nowadays are much stronger than us in the past. However, it's a pity that none of us were chosen as the master's direct disciple. We were all just entry-level disciples." The Baiyun monastery master nodded, then suddenly shook his head. He was somewhat disappointed. From this, it could be seen that becoming Master Baiyun's direct disciple was really extraordinary. Humph, it's good enough to become an entry-level disciple. Wanren snorted coldly. He had lived for more than half of his life. He had power and strength, but the only thing he couldn't let go was that he couldn't become Master Baiyun's direct disciple. This was a sore point in his heart. But come to think of it, the reason why his life changed so much, from an ordinary disciple of a small family to the current governor of Baiyun, was closely related to him being accepted as an entry-level disciple by Master Baiyun. It was the same for entry-level disciples. He really couldn't imagine what a direct disciple would be like. He heard that the other 3 direct disciples of Master Baiyun had already reached the transcendent realm, but he didn't know if it was true. They followed the Baiyun monastery master through a garden and arrived at the so-called True Spirit Palace. Legend had it that Master Baiyun had an epiphany here and finally broke through the shackles to reach the transcendent realm. The True Spirit Palace had obviously been repaired and remodeled, so it was the most eye-catching building in the Baiyun monastery. Outside the True Spirit Palace, the Baiyun monastery master cupped his hands and said, "Master, There are 22 people who passed the 3 stages this time. They are all here. Please give me your orders. Come in. This voice was very amiable. It gave people the feeling that it was an amiable grandpa speaking. There was no arrogance or pressure in it at all. However, when they heard his words, it gave everyone a huge pressure. Therefore, this might was not a pretense, but a reflection of strength. Even if a transcendent warrior looked like an ordinary old man, those who knew his strength would definitely not dare to be impudent in front of him. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and followed the crowd in front of him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Ling Xiao, you killed my brother. I'll make you pay for this blood debt sooner or later. Flying fish? I killed your brother? You've killed hundreds and thousands of people of the Ling family and countless human warriors. How are you going to settle this debt of blood? Ling Xiao snorted and sent a secret voice-sending message. In any case, as long as one was a martial master, they would naturally be able to learn this technique. Then let's see who dies first. Because this was the true spirit palace, Flying Fish did not dare to say anything. He closed his mouth and walked into the palace. Ling Xiao did not continue to argue with him. After all, in front of a transcendent martial artist, no matter what one did, there was nothing one could hide. He had already decided that this time, no matter what, he would not use the Mountain River martial spirit. This was his trump card, the best medicine for his success. He could not easily reveal it to anyone, unless one day he had enough strength to protect himself. However, it was obviously not now. The 22 young warriors who entered the palace had similar emotions as Ling Xiao. Perhaps they were even more nervous than Ling Xiao. Even Lin Zhe, Wan Bin, and the Baiyun monastery master had serious expressions and did not dare to utter a word. On the contrary, Zuolong and Ming Tian did not seem to care. They were still chatting happily. A true disciple was indeed a true disciple. Even the treatment was different. That's Master Baiyun? Someone asked in astonishment. This was because Master Baiyun's image was too different from what they had imagined. In their imagination, Master Baiyun should have an extraordinary and majestic appearance. At the very least, he should have the demeanor of a master. However, in reality, this Master Baiyun was dressed like a farmer. He was even trimming a strange flower. There were 7 flowers on this flower. All of them were transparent like crystals. There was no color, and they did not look like they were wilting. Master Baiyun rolled up his trousers. The clothes on his upper body made him look like an old farmer. He had a straw hat on his head and a tobacco pouch in his mouth. Shut up. You dare to doubt Master Baiyun? Wan Bin snorted and almost killed the young man with a slap. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Grandmaster Baiyun breathed out a smoke ring and easily blocked Wan Bin. All of you are good kids. Why do you need to make such a big fuss? Who am I to you? In your eyes, I am extraordinary and invincible. But when you truly reach my level, you will understand that this old man is simply not worth mentioning. Master Baiyun smiled and put down the scissors in his hand. He then walked over and knocked the tobacco pouch on the wall twice. After making sure that it was extinguished, he put it in his storage ring. Master, you're too modest, Wan Bin said. Modest? Master Baiyun smiled and did not refute. Instead, he looked at the 22 young men standing below. When I accept disciples, I don't care what race you are. It doesn't matter if you're a human, a ninja, or a blue-eyed clan. In the end, you're all inferior races. So, you don't have to worry about your background. As long as you have enough talent and potential, you can become my disciple. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the 22 young martial artists below the stage like lightning. Except for Ling Xiao, everyone felt as if they were electrocuted. Their souls fluctuated violently and their minds went blank. Fortunately, Master Baiyun did not mean to hurt them. Otherwise, none of them would be alive. Master Baiyun's gaze fell on Ling Yixue. He was stunned for a moment and said, I didn't expect to meet such a genius. Interesting. Master, you found a promising talent? Lin Zhe and Wan Bin asked in unison. Unfortunately, only one of them is qualified to be my true disciple. Master Baiyun sighed. What? Hearing this, the 22 people who were full of confidence and anticipation were shocked. They were even a little angry. Master, you're right. No one dared to doubt Master Bayun's judgment. He could see the level and talent of those people at a glance. All right, stop flattering me. I'm old and my eyesight is not good. I'll let the 7-star flower prove it. Master Bayun was a cautious person. After all, he was selecting disciples. He did not eliminate all of them with just a glance. Chapter 187. Inside the True Spirit Palace, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Novel. Lavi, 22 young geniuses lost their excitement after hearing Grandmaster Bayun's words. Among these 22 people, only one was qualified to become Grandmaster Bayun's true disciple. This was too shocking. Ling Xiao was also surprised. Although he didn't get along with many people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy, he was still surprised by some people's talents. How could only one person be qualified? But Grandmaster Bayun couldn't be wrong. He didn't care. After all, the mountain river martial spirit was so powerful that he didn't need to care too much about his master's existence. From Tianfeng City until now, he had basically been cultivating and comprehending by himself. The mountain river martial spirit also helped him solve the problems he encountered in his martial arts practice. Because of this, the problems that many self-taught geniuses had not appeared in him at all. The martial arts he used were all textbook accurate. The reason why he came today was because of Grandmaster Bayun's resources. After all, the mountain river martial spirit couldn't provide him with martial arts manuals and cultivation resources for the time being. As for the others, they didn't have such a good attitude. These people had placed all their hopes of advancing to the transcendent realm on Grandmaster Bayun. If they couldn't pass the selection, then all their efforts would have been for naught. Grandmaster, I'm only 16 years old and my cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. It's only a matter of time before I break through to the 8th layer martial vein. I'm confident in this point. May I ask, why am I not qualified? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. The one who spoke was Flying Fish. He was the strongest among the 20 people. He was closer to the 8th layer martial vein than Dai Yuling, who was also at the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. Grandmaster Bayun didn't get angry. He only smiled and said, "You should all know that the final stage of the 9th layer martial vein is to open all 9 martial veins. Do you know what this means? This means that even if your cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th layer martial vein, it's only laying the foundation." Laying the foundation? The peak of the 9th layer martial vein is only laying the foundation? These words were too shocking. Other than Grandmaster Bayun, no one else would dare to say such a thing. That's right, it's only the basic stage. Only by opening 9 martial veins can one leave the mortal world and truly enter the realm of cultivation. That's why you said you were already at the peak of the 7th martial veins. In fact, this only proves that your aptitude is not bad. It has a certain reference value for this old man to accept a disciple, but it's really not that big. Master Bayun continued, "This is the reason why this old man said that there is no requirement for cultivation. As long as one is above the 4th level of the martial vein and under the age of 16, one can participate in the selection." What about those before the 4th level of the martial vein? A voice asked. If you can't reach the 4th level of the martial vein at the age of 16, then you're just trash. Grandmaster Bayun said coldly. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. However, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the foundation stage that Master Bayun mentioned. Martial arts had a foundation. He understood this foundation very well. That was to say, before he could completely practice martial arts, he had to temper his body. This was the case for the basic martial arts that he practiced, barbaric bull strength. Only when his physical condition reached a certain level could he practice low-level martial arts. He guessed that the foundation stage of the realm also meant this. According to this theory, even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein had not entered the true stage of cultivation. It was just a process of tempering the body and developing the body's potential. Above the transcendent realm was the true cultivation. Wasn't this a little too shocking? He suddenly remembered something that Lin Zhe had told him before. In the process of opening the martial vein, there were 3 paths that could lead to the transcendent realm: soul, inner strength, body. Simply put, it was the essence, energy, and spirit. Training any one of them to the extreme would allow one to advance to the transcendent realm. Of course, if all three were present, the effect would be even better. At that time, he did not understand the meaning of these words. Now, he finally understood that whether it was the soul, inner strength, or body, they were all building a foundation. Only when the foundation was solid could one begin to cultivate. Some people simply pursued powerful combat techniques and rapid improvement of their cultivation, but they forgot this point. The result was that it was all for nothing. Even if one advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, if one's essence, energy, and spirit were not strong enough, it would be impossible to advance to the transcendent realm. The so-called combat skills and cultivation were just a kind of support in order to survive. It was a method to make one's essence, energy, and spirit stronger. However, many martial artists had put the cart before the horse. Master, you keep saying that strength is not important and cultivation is not important. Then what is important? Because of Master Bai Yun's kind attitude when Fei Yu asked, there were more people asking questions now. Everyone was not as afraid as before. Potential. Potential? To be precise, it's the potential to advance to the transcendent realm. Master Bai Yun explained, there are 3 directions to this potential. One is the potential of the body, the second is the potential of the soul, and the third is the potential of the inner strength. With potential, there will be a future. Master Bai Yun continued, after the transcendent realm, martial artists are actually divided into some special constitutions. This is the conclusion of many seniors. They believe that only with these special constitutions can one advance to the transcendent realm. When I was looking at you just now, I was trying to see if any of you had these special constitutions. Fortunately, there was one person who did. Of course, other than these special constitutions, there are also exceptions. After all, no one can understand all the special constitutions. Therefore, there is the 7-star flower. Master Bai Yun smiled, then pointed at the transparent crystal-like flower behind him. The 7-star flower is very special. It can determine whether a martial artist has the potential to advance to the transcendent realm. It has a total of 7 flowers. As long as 5 of them light up, it means that the martial artist can advance to the transcendent realm, as long as there is no accident during the cultivation process. Oh my God! There is such a thing in this world. Ling Xiao felt that he was a little ignorant now. The outside world was really interesting. He wanted to know how much potential he had. Did he have a special constitution? Arrange for the children to take the test. You know the test method. I don't need to tell you more, right? Master Bai Yun said to Sage Yi, I will obey Master's decree. The head of the Bai Yun monastery nodded his head. Then, he ordered the 22 people to line up and take the test one by one. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy lined up in front, while the 6 from the Latent Dragon Camp lined up behind them. However, it didn't matter. After all, being the first to take the test wouldn't necessarily bring any benefits. How much potential one had would never change. The test method is very simple. Drip your first blood. Sage Ee said to Flying Fish, who was in the first place. Junior understands. Chapter 188. Sigh. I'm afraid that the only qualified person that Master Bai Yun has his eyes on is senior brother Fei Yu. He reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein at such a young age. Although strength isn't directly related to the disciple selection, if he doesn't have enough potential, he wouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. We're here to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies, but it's not bad if we can become the Master's disciple. It's not just not bad. General Lin and Governor Wan are both the Master's disciples. If I can reach their level, I'll be very happy. Some people were discussing in low voices, but Master Bai Yun didn't stop them. Curiosity was a young man's nature, and he felt that it was lively. Fei Yu also believed that he was the only one that Master Bai Yun had his eyes on. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the 7-star flower. Wong. A strange sound was heard, and the 7-star flower began to change. The first flower was black, white, and red. The second flower was the same. When it came to the third flower, only white and red were left. When it came to the fourth flower, only white was left. The fifth flower wasn't completely lit up. Only half of it was white, while the other half was still transparent. Black represents soul potential. Your soul potential is 2 stars. White represents inner strength potential. Your inner strength potential is 4.5 stars, the strongest of the 3. Red represents body potential. Your body potential is 3 stars. Sage Yun explained, yes, 4.5 stars inner strength potential is not bad. Although you're not qualified to become this old man's direct disciple, you can still become my disciple. Master Bai Yun stroked his beard and said, what? Fei Yu's body suddenly took a step back, and he almost fell to the ground. This was like a bolt from the blue. He originally thought that he was the only one qualified to become Master Bai Yun's direct disciple. But now, he realized that he wasn't. His expectations were too high, and so was his disappointment. So, it was normal for him to have a strong reaction. Go back. Seeing Fei Yu standing there in a daze, Wan Kai coldly snorted. Only then did Fei Yu walk to the side in a daze. The arrogance from before had already been completely wiped out. No one laughed at him. Instead, because of Fei Yu's failure, many people felt even more uneasy. With Flying Fish's frightening talent, if even he was not qualified, then what about the others? The second was Heavenly Ninja Academy's Fei Lu. His cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. That day, he had gone to Tianfeng City with Fei Yu, Fei Yun, and Fei Mu. Fei Lu was even more nervous than Fei Yu. He bit his finger a few times with trembling hands, but he couldn't bite through it. In the end, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He casually pointed at Fei Lu's finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto the 7 stars flower. Soul potential 2 stars, internal energy potential 4 stars, physical potential 3 stars. Sage E said faintly, 4-star inner force potential. You can make do with being an inner disciple. I'll count you in, but don't even think about becoming a true disciple. Grandmaster Bai Yun shook his head. Although he had already sensed that 21 of these people might not meet his requirements, to be honest, he still hoped that something unexpected would happen. However, after these 2 people passed, he was clearly a little disappointed. Fei Lu's performance was even worse than Flying Fish's. This was because he had once fantasized that if Flying Fish could not become a direct disciple, then that direct disciple should be him. However, the reality was too cruel. He was directly carried to the side by someone. After that, the geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy were continuously tested. For the majority of the people, the highest potential they had was only 3 stars. They couldn't even reach 4 stars. However, in the end, 3 interesting geniuses appeared. Ling Xiao knew these 3 people. They were the 3 youths that had gone to the latent dragon camp to spar. The fat youth's physical potential was close to 4 stars 90%, almost reaching 5 stars. This was a pleasant surprise. However, his soul and internal energy potential were only a pitiful 1 star. The lively girl's soul potential was close to 4 stars 90%, also almost reaching 5 stars. The other 2 types of potential were also a pitiful 1 star. The lazy youth's soul potential and internal energy potential were both 4.5 stars. Only his physical potential was half a star, not even reaching 1 star. The 3 of them were fortunate enough to become Grandmaster Bai Yun's inner disciples like Fei Yu and Fei Lu. At this time, Ling Xiao also learned their names. The fat youth's name was Dia Wu, the lively girl's name was Zhu Hua, and the lazy youth's name was Lu Xing. Dia Wu, Zhu Hua, your potential has shocked this old man. In the future, you'll be the top 2 among the inner disciples. If you perform well, you'll have a high chance of becoming a direct disciple. Grandmaster Bai Yun had high hopes for these 2 geniuses. Although it was true that they were biased, their potential was close to 5 stars. This meant that they had the highest chance of breaking through to the transcendent realm. These 3 people's talents are much better than most of the latent dragon camp's disciples. Only they have the qualifications to become inner disciples. I'm afraid that the remaining 6 people in the latent dragon camp will suffer. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. This was not something he wanted to see. However, he could not change one's potential. He could only accept the 7-star flower's judgment. However, Grandmaster Baiyun had just said that one of them had the qualifications to become a direct disciple. Now that the Heavenly Ninja Academy's geniuses had all been tested, there were only 6 latent Dragon Camp disciples left. Didn't this mean that this genius was in the latent Dragon Camp? At this moment, Lin Zai's face was filled with ecstasy. This was because he knew that if the latent Dragon Camp could produce a direct disciple of Grandmaster Baiyun, they would not be suppressed so badly by the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Wan Bin's face did not look too good. The Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples did not look too good either. When it was the latent Dragon Camp's turn, the first one to take the test was Ain Ran. Ling Xiao was the temporary leader of the latent Dragon Camp, so he was at the back. There was only one person behind him, and that was Cold Plum. Soul, inner energy, and physical strength are all 3. 5 stars. This was Ain Ran's test result. Sai, you're too average. Actually, your talent is the most balanced. You're considered a genius among ordinary martial artists. You're still undecided. Grandmaster Baiyun sighed. He did not count Ain Ran as an inner disciple, but he did not exclude her either. It seemed like he was waiting to see how the others were doing. After Ain Ran, it was Shirley's turn. Soul and inner energy potential are 2 stars. Physical strength potential is 4 stars. You're one of the inner disciples, Grandmaster Baiyun said faintly. At this moment, he was too lazy to comment. Shirley's potential was similar to Fei Lu's, except that it was slightly weaker. After Shirley, it was Dai Yuling's turn. Oh? When Dai Yuling's blood dripped onto the 7-star flower, there was a shocking change. All of her potential is 4 stars. 90%. Gosh, she's the strongest one so far. That's right. Dai Yuling is usually quiet. I didn't expect her to have such terrifying potential. Humph. She still hasn't reached 5 stars. There are only 3 people left. I suspect that there's no one here who has the potential to reach 5 stars. Chapter 189. What's your name? This was the first time Master Baiyun took the initiative to ask for the name of a genius. Dai Yuling. That's a good name. How about this, child? I'll make an exception and let you become my true disciple. Although you don't have any potential to reach 5 stars, you can advance 3 of them simultaneously and reach 90% of 4 stars. This is also very rare. Master Baiyun said with a smile. So she's the direct disciple that Master Baiyun mentioned. No wonder. Her potential is awesome. Yeah. TSK. I'm so envious. Thank you, Master. Dai Yuling was usually very calm, but today she couldn't hold back her excitement and knelt on the ground. Get up, the next one. Master Baiyun looked at Ling Yixue with a strange look in his eyes. Ling Yixue walked to the front of the 7-star flower and dripped a drop of blood calmly. In this world, other than Ling Xiao, there was nothing else that could excite her. Wong! A terrifying sound was heard. The 7-star flower actually trembled violently. Pa! It shattered. The 7-star flower shattered? How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Master Baiyun was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a situation before. How did you fall into the mortal world? Master Baiyun said something inexplicable. He then sighed and said, Your potential is amazing, but this old man is not worthy to be your master. If you think highly of this old man, you can become this old man's direct disciple. Another direct disciple? This time, even Zhualong and Ming Tian were shocked. Her soul potential exceeds 7-star, which is why the 7-star flower exploded. You might not understand, but this 7-star flower is only a tool to test the potential of a lower race. She belongs to a higher race, so she will have another test tool. Master Baiyun explained and then looked at Ling Xiao and Lung Plum. The 7-star flower shattered, so you can't complete the test. However, I still have a 7-star flower that hasn't grown yet. There are only 4 flowers. If either of you can reach 4-star potential, you'll be my direct disciple. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't object. The rest didn't dare to object. 4-star potential wasn't considered weak. As for 5-star potential, no one thought about it because Master Baiyun's eyesight wasn't bad. If Ling Xiao and Long Plum had 5-star potential, he would definitely be able to see it. Ling Xiao walked forward and casually dripped a drop of blood on it. Master of Master Baiyun said faintly, Linzai, I know you love talents, but it's good enough that he can become my disciple. Linzai gritted his teeth and said, Master, you're being unfair. It's not his fault that the 7-star flower is broken. If he can get another 7-star flower, I believe that his potential will definitely reach 90% of 4-star. Usually, Linzai wouldn't contradict his own master, but this time, he was really going all out for Ling Xiao. Linzai, do you think the 7-star flower is a wildflower that grows by the roadside? I've been searching for it for many years and only got 2. One is mature and the other is just at the 4-flower level. Master Baiyun seemed a little angry. Master, you'll regret it, Linzai said. Really? Then I'd like to see what he can do to make me regret it. Marshal Lin, that's enough. I'm satisfied to be Master Baiyun's disciple. I hope you won't fight because of me. Ling Xiao was touched by Linzai's actions, but he could see that Master Baiyun would never agree. Instead of making a fuss, he might as well take a step back. He didn't have the 7-star flower to prove it anyway. Hee, this kid is not bad. Linzai, you should learn more from this kid. Okay, next. Master Baiyun didn't want to be entangled in this issue anymore. Cold Plum walked forward and dripped a drop of blood. Soul potential, 3-star. Internal energy potential, 3-star. Body potential, 4-star. Not bad. You're qualified to be my disciple. That kid is called Ran, right? I'm sorry. You don't have a chance. Although Ran's potential was good, she was a little lacking compared to these people. Ran felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do. Okay. Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, Dia Wu, Zhu Hua, Fei Yu, Ling Xiao, Fei Lu, Lu Xing, Shirlei, Cold Plum, the 10 of you stay. The rest can go and get the quasi-transcendent martial arts. The master of Baiyun Monastery said loudly. Although the rest weren't convinced, they didn't dare to behave atrociously here. Not to mention Master Baiyun, who was in the transcendent realm, even Linzai, Wan Bin, and the master of Baiyun Monastery, who were at the peak of the 9th level martial vein, could crush them with a finger. From today onwards, Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling will be my direct disciples. The other 8 will be my inner disciples. Now, acknowledge me as your master. Master Baiyun was in a good mood. He thought that only Ling Yixue could become his direct disciple. He didn't expect Dai Yuling to be so good too. This was the first time he had received 2 true disciples. Zuolong and Ming Tian only received their disciples after 3 years. The 10 of them performed the ceremony of acknowledging him as their master. Master Baiyun stroked his beard and looked at the other 8 indifferently. Finally, his gaze stopped on Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling, revealing a happy smile. Sure enough, although they were all disciples, the difference between a direct disciple and an inner disciple was huge. The so-called direct disciple was able to obtain Master Baiyun's inheritance. As for the inner disciples, they could only obtain some resources and occasional guidance from Master Baiyun. It was absolutely impossible for him to obtain the true inheritance of Yifutyan. The 8 of you, remember this. Being an inner disciple is nothing. After you leave, don't say that you are my disciple. If you go against my words, you won't even have the chance to receive my guidance in the future. Do you understand? These words were a little hurtful, but Master Baiyun was absolutely serious. Most of the experts cherished their reputation. They didn't want others to say that they had picked trash as disciples. In fact, this was the case. Master Baiyun would impart his lifelong secret to Zuolong, Ming Tian, Ling Yixue, and Dai Yuling. They were his true disciples. As for the other 8 people, they really couldn't be considered as disciples. This was the truth. Disciple will obey master's orders. Ling Xiao and the other 8 lowered their heads and said, All right, Linzai, Wan Bin, you guys should still have things to do. Master still has some things to say to these kids. Master Baiyun heard the 8's reply and nodded with satisfaction. He then said to Linzai and Wan Bin, Yes. After Linzai and Wan Bin left, the Baiyun Monastery's master still went to preside over the distribution of quasi-transcendent martial arts. In the entire True Spirit Palace, only Master Bayun's 4 direct disciples and 8 inner disciples were left. Chapter 190. In the True Spirit Palace, Master Bayun sat, facing his 12 disciples with a warm smile on his face. Novel, La, today. No matter if you're a new direct disciple or a new disciple, you can ask me a question. Think carefully about what you want to ask. Of course, you can give up, but you don't have to force yourself. An expert was indeed an expert. He immediately saw through the little one's thoughts. At this moment, the little ones must have a lot of questions to ask. He gave them this opportunity to deepen the relationship between master and disciple. After all, as a transcendent saint stage martial artist, he had traveled the world and walked the path more than the little ones. It would be strange if the little ones had no questions. Master, please explain to me about special physique. Dai Yuling was the first to ask. They had never heard of special physique before. It was only during this test that Master Bayun mentioned it. Because of this, they were a little confused. Special physique is a miraculous physique formed when one's essence, energy, and spirit reach a certain level. Master Bayun explained, you all know that there are different grades for combat in this world. To a martial artist, the body is also a combat tool, and it's even more important. Therefore, it's also divided into different grades. It's also divided into treasured physique, spirit physique, and so on. Fei Yu hurriedly asked. It should be said that there's a mortal physique in front of treasured physique. It's like a mortal weapon among weapons. It's just an ordinary weapon and an ordinary body. Master Bayun answered, our world has a population of more than 100 billion. The size of our territory is beyond your imagination. In the transcendent realm, people divide these people into different grades, which are the so-called potential grades. You can say that more than 90% of the lower races are born with mortal physique. Unless they have a fortuitous encounter, their body's potential won't change. So that was the case. It was Ling Zhao's first time hearing such a thing. It was very refreshing. Mortal physique is also divided into different grades: low, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Therefore, don't think that everyone has a mortal body and that everyone is the same. In fact, that's not the case. Master's 7-star flower is used to test mortal bodies, low-level, middle-level, and high-level treasure bodies. 1 star is the low-level mortal physique, 2 stars is the mid-level mortal physique, 3 stars is the high-level mortal physique, 4 stars is the peak-level mortal physique, and 5 stars is the low-level treasure physique. Generally, the physique of a treasure body and above will have some special characteristics. For example, Ling Yishua's soul power is extremely strong. She can be said to be a soul body. However, as for the specific level, I dare not say. After all, a 6-star treasure body is a middle-grade treasure body, and a 7-star treasure body is a high-grade treasure body. Ling Yishua caused the 7-star flower to shatter not only because her potential exceeded that of a high-grade treasure body, but also because she was unable to control her own potential. Otherwise, even if her potential exceeded that of a 7-star treasure body, it wouldn't have shattered. On this point, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum did a better job. Their potential should be above 4 stars and below 5 stars. However, they didn't shatter the 7-star flower, which only had 4 flowers. This means that their control of their potential is very good. Of course, Master has also taken some precautions. In short, as long as you can achieve a treasure body, you will have an innate advantage in cultivation. At the very least, on the path of martial arts, it will be easier for you to break through compared to a mortal body. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to break through to the transcendent realm. It is only a matter of time. However, it is different for a mortal body. Whether you can break through to the transcendent realm or not depends entirely on luck. The biggest possibility is that you will not be able to break through even if you cultivate hard for a lifetime. Master, you just said that potential is innate, but it can also be changed? Ling Xiao asked a question that was very important to him. He felt that before he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, his potential was only at the peak level mortal physique. He really couldn't reach the treasure body. However, after obtaining the Mountain River martial spirit, the situation was very different. Therefore, he had to ask this question clearly. Of course, there are already many people who have changed their potential through hard work. However, it is very difficult. It can even be said that there is a slim chance of survival. Master Bayun nodded and said, some special spiritual herbs, special bloodlines, and special martial spirits can change a martial artist's potential. Thank you for your explanation, Master. Although Master Bayun didn't explain it in detail, Ling Xiao already got the answer he wanted and was satisfied. Although he was very clear that his cultivation speed was accelerated because of the mountain river martial spirit, he didn't understand why. Now he understood that the mountain river martial spirit had changed his potential. As for what level of potential he had now, even he didn't know. It would be great if he could repair the 7-star flower. Ling Xiao thought of his mountain river martial spirit. It had the ability of production and creation, and there was a branch under the creation ability, which was maintenance. Later, he would try to see if he could get the fragments of the 7-star flower. If he could, then perhaps he would know his current potential. While he was thinking about the 7-star flower, several people had already asked questions. When he came back to his senses, Ling Yixue was already asking questions. Master, we all know that above the peak of the 9th level martial vein is the Transcendent Sage Realm. However, are there any other realms above the Transcendent Sage Realm? In fact, everyone present had thought about this question. Was the path of martial arts endless? Yes. Master Bayun gave an affirmative answer. However, I have yet to touch that stage, so I can't explain it clearly. It's like when you were at the 1st or 2nd level martial vein, you had never heard of the Transcendent Sage Realm. Even if you had heard of it, you wouldn't understand it at all. Ling Xiao could understand what he said. When he was only at the 1st level martial vein, he only hoped to become a martial disciple and advance to the 4th level martial vein. Later, he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Only then did he have the idea of advancing to martial master and even the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Later on, he finally met a Transcendent Sage Realm expert and his horizons were broadened. The Transcendent Sage Realm was still a place they couldn't touch, let alone the realms above it. Therefore, Master Bayun couldn't answer them. Master, can you give us some suggestions for our cultivation? How can we maximize our chances of advancing to the Transcendent Sage Realm? Zhu Hua's question was also considered a crucial one, and many people were concerned about it. Her soul potential was at 90% of 4 stars, very close to 5 stars. In other words, her physique was extremely close to a treasure body, and it was very possible for her to advance to the Transcendent Sage Realm. The purpose of asking this question was naturally to know what they needed to pay attention to in their current cultivation, so that it might be easier to advance in the future. Focus on your specialty, reduce your obsession with techniques and killing, and try to focus on soul cultivation. Chapter 191. Although Master Bai Yun's suggestion was correct, it was still possible to focus on one aspect and advance to the Transcendent Realm before developing the other two. However, Ling Xiao had a different idea. He felt that since the 9th level of the martial vein was the foundation stage, if he did that, he would definitely become crippled. Once he advanced to the Transcendent Realm, there would definitely be a huge drawback. Therefore, he decided to focus on his soul, inner strength, and body. After all, he had always been doing this: Soul Ignition Art, Snow Lotus Truth, and Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Together with his Shadow Cultivation secret technique, he could definitely achieve the same level of development. Alright, the questions are over. You can all go back and prepare to move to Baiyun Temple. This place is more free and quieter. It's more suitable for cultivation. After the 12 people finished their questions, Master Baiyun waved his hand and said, Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Ling Xiao did not forget his thoughts. Speak. Can I have the fragments of the 7-star flower? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? How dare you make such an unreasonable request? Fei Yu questioned. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would offend Master Baiyun and cause them, the new disciples, to be kicked out. It's fine. Can you tell me, what do you want those fragments for? Master Bai Yun waved his hand and signaled Fei Yu to stop talking. He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "This disciple is just curious." Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell the truth. Forget it. It's impossible to save the shattered 7-star flower anyway. If you like it, take it. Master Bai Yun glanced at Ling Xiao. To be honest, he felt that this young man was a little strange. He clearly saw through everything, but he felt uneasy, as if he was missing something. He was probably overthinking it. He was just a young man without any special constitution. Even if he had something special, so what? With a bitter smile, Master Bai Yun simply agreed to Ling Xiao's request. In fact, it was just as he had said. The shattered 7-star flower was no different from ordinary glass shards. Ling Xiao carefully placed all the fragments of the 7-star flower into his storage ring. He did not dare to casually open his mountain river world here for fear that Grandmaster Bai Yun would discover it. The mountain river martial spirit was too miraculous. He was afraid that Grandmaster Bai Yun would be greedy, which would be troublesome. After the 10 new disciples left, Master Bai Yun looked at Ming Tian and Zuolong, who were still in the True Spirit Palace, and said, "The two of you have been following me for 3 years. You have performed very well in all aspects. From today onwards, I will impart to you too an absolute art. You must learn it well." Zuolong and Ming Tian looked at each other with joy on their faces. In the past 3 years, although they had received a lot of pointers from Grandmaster Bai Yun and learned a lot of things, they had not learned Grandmaster Bai Yun's true secret technique. This transcendent warrior was very cautious. Even if it was a true disciple, he still had to test loyalty and other factors. 3 years was a transition period. Other than Ling Yixue, the 10 people who had become his disciples today were actually not worth mentioning when compared to the 2 youths in front of them. Ling Yixue was a little special. He did not intend to impart any absolute art to her. Naturally, he had other intentions for keeping her by his side. After walking out of the True Spirit Palace, Fei Yu immediately blocked Ling Xiao's path. "Ling Xiao, you are crazy. We have finally become Grandmaster Bai Yun's disciples. How dare you ask for anything from him? Do you want to cause everyone to be driven away?" At this moment, Ling Xiao's mind was focused on the mountain river world. His soul had already entered the mountain river world and was studying how to repair the 7-star flower. According to his analysis, the 7-star flower could be repaired through the creation ability, but it required some materials. 1 fine grade artifact, 100 aura chi pills, 1 millennium snow lotus, and 10 natural crystals. This was the list given to him by the mountain river martial spirit. He had the aura chi pills and the millennium snow lotus. What he lacked now were fine-grade artifacts and natural crystals. The ice glass sword and breeze sword in his hands were only mortal-grade artifacts. They were definitely not enough. As for natural crystals, they were not that expensive. 1 piece was 1,000 gold taels. 10 pieces would be 10,000 gold taels. He could afford it. The problem was that natural crystals were hard to come by, especially the higher-grade ones. "Ling Xiao, I am asking you a question." Seeing that Ling Xiao did not reply for a long time, Fei Yu was clearly annoyed. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and looked at Fei Yu. "If he is going to drive us away because of such a small matter, then Grandmaster Bai Yun is only SOSO. Do you think Grandmaster is that kind of person? You are twisting words and forcing logic." Fei Yu roared. "I am twisting words and forcing logic? Am I asking for too much? It is just some fragments of the 7-star flower. Do you dare to swear that you will not ask Grandmaster for anything in the future?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Of course, Fei Yu did not dare to swear. He wanted to become Grandmaster Bai Yun's disciple. Naturally, he wanted to obtain benefits from Grandmaster Bai Yun. If he did not ask for anything, then what was the point? He was just using Ling Xiao as a pretext to make a fuss. "You what? If you have nothing to say, then get out of my way. I still have things to do." Ling Xiao was not afraid of Fei Yu at all. Although Fei Yu was a peak 7th level martial vein martial master, and he did not have much confidence in winning, it was still impossible for Fei Yu to injure him. I really don't know what you are so arrogant about. You are merely 4.5 stars. You are not even comparable to Diawu and Zhu Hua, not to mention senior brothers Wolong and senior brother Ming Tian. Fei Yu coldly snorted. "That's right. Among all of you, only Ling Yixue is passable. However, Ling Yixue's control of her potential is too weak. Fei Lu also stood out and said, "You should know that when senior brothers Wolong and senior brother Mingtian took the test, their potential reached 7 stars. Moreover, their 7-star flowers did not shatter. Their potential is not inferior to Ling Yixue's, but their control is better." Did you hear that? If you have potential but can't control it, then you can't use it. It is meaningless. Fei Yu looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Don't think that you can do anything just because your cultivation has increased quickly. If your potential is not good enough, then you will never be able to reach the Transcendent Saint stage. So, you should learn to be obedient in front of us. Is that so? I really want to see who will be the first to break through to the Transcendent Saint stage. Fei Lu and Fei Yu's words shocked the other geniuses. However, Ling Xiao was different. Although he was a little surprised, he did not feel bad about it. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Shameless boasting, Fei Yu said disdainfully. Ling Xiao did not say anything and continued to walk out of the Baiyun Monastery. When the group arrived outside the Baiyun Monastery, they realized that there were many people standing outside. Among them were the latent dragon camps Yin Ran and Hua Nanin, as well as the Heavenly Ninja Academies Li Xinghui and Shi Yulian. In addition, Lin Zhe, Wan Bin, the Baiyun Monastery's Taoist Ren Yi, and the 9 Moons General were also there. Ling Xiao even saw his old enemies, Shilong and Li Yunsheng. They were now following Wan Bin to do things for the ninja clan. Ling Xiao, I challenge you. Chapter 192. Li Xinghui had long hated Ling Xiao during the Heaven Peak City's tournament. Later on, he found out that his brother Li Xingyun was killed by Ling Xiao. Even when Li family's practitioners besieged Ling Xiao that day, many of them died in Ling Xiao's hands. So Li Xinghui had always wanted to take revenge. He came to Sky Cloud City earlier than Ling Xiao and broke through to the 7th level of the martial vein earlier. After all, when they were in Heaven Peak City, his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, and he was already at the 6th level of the martial vein peak. Adding on to the fact that after the test, his potential wasn't considered low. All 3 categories were 3 stars 90%. Among the ordinary practitioners, he was considered to have high aptitude, which was close to the peak. After coming to Sky Cloud City, he received Wan Ran and Sky Ninja Academy's nurturing. Now that his cultivation was at the 7th level of the martial vein middle stage, he was confident that he had already surpassed Ling Xiao. He hated that Ling Xiao had always been hiding in the latent dragon camp, so he didn't have the chance to seek revenge on Ling Xiao. Today they met here, and his potential was even lower than Ling Xiao's, so how could he possibly give up on this opportunity? Ling Xiao was about to reject when he suddenly thought of the materials he needed to restore the 7-star flower and changed his mind. You can challenge me, but there has to be a reward. Tell me, Li Xinghui said. 1 fine quality treasure and 10 natural crystals. Ling Xiao didn't ask for much. As long as he could gather the materials, he would be able to restore the 7-star flower. All right, I promise you. But we have to go up to White Cloud Observatory's Life and Death Cliff and sign the life and death contract. We will fight to the death. Li Xinghui gritted his teeth. Have you thought it through? Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who killed indiscriminately. He killed Li Xingyun because Li Xingyun killed his family. He killed Li family's practitioners because Li family's practitioners had besieged his family. But Li Xinghui didn't have any deep hatred with him, and it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. Why are you afraid? Li Xinghui said coldly. Is the latent dragon camp's commander-in-chief such a coward? That's right, that's right. Latent dragon camp is full of cowards. Coward. Many geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy began to jeer. Wan Bin also said, as a warrior, you should disregard life and death. Only when you are between life and death can you have a breakthrough. I say, Lin Zhe, this disciple of yours doesn't look like much. He's just kind-hearted and doesn't want to kill too much. Lin Zhe said calmly, ha ha ha, I think he's just afraid of death. Wan Bin mocked, fine, since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Go to the life and death cliff and sign the life and death letter. However, I'll add one more item to the prize, and that is a quasi-transcendent martial arts technique. No problem. Wan Bin answered for Li Xinghui. Today, I am here. If Li Xinghui dies, I will give you what he owes. With Lord Governor's words, Ling Xiao can rest assured. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he and Li Xinghui signed the life and death agreement in front of everyone. After that, everyone went to the White Cloud Monastery's life and death cliff. This life and death cliff was originally a place used by Sky Cloud City to settle disputes. If the law couldn't solve the problem, then they would use force to solve it. On the life and death cliff, regardless of life or death, no one needed to be responsible. Ling Xiao stood there and almost became everyone's focus. Even Master Bai Yun, Zhuolong, and Ming Tian, who were in the True Spirit Hall, were watching this battle through a special mirror. I've long heard that there's a 14-year-old genius in the latent dragon camp called Ling Xiao. Is that him? That's right. He's only 14 years old and he's already a martial master. This kind of innate talent is really shocking. No wonder he was chosen by Master Bai Yun as his disciple. I heard that he seems to be able to use many kinds of martial arts, Remnant Soul. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. This kind of rumor isn't baseless. After all, he's the one who defeated Lu Xing. Li Xinghui had also defeated Lu Xing before, so there's nothing to be proud of. Well, that's right. When Li Xinghui had just advanced to the early 7th level of the martial vein, his strength had already surpassed Lu Xing's. Coupled with the cultivation of Governor Wan Bin, he's now a mid-7th level martial vein martial master. His strength is definitely above Lu Xing's. I've also heard that Li Xinghui would have been sent out if it weren't for the fact that the latent dragon camp was too weak. I didn't expect Lu Xing to suffer a loss. If I had known earlier, I would have sent Li Xinghui. Yes, potential doesn't represent strength. Ling Xiao's potential may be higher than Li Xinghui's, but his strength is definitely not as good as Li Xinghui's. It'll be a pity if he dies today. Do you think Master Bai Yun will intervene? If Ling Xiao is a true disciple, it might be possible. However, he's not. Master Bai Yun has never cared too much about his disciples. This was obviously what someone who knew the inside story said. In any case, in today's battle, although there were a few people who supported Ling Xiao, most people didn't think that Ling Xiao would win. Especially in the life and death battle, Li Xinghui was too brutal. He displayed his animal martial soul to the fullest. They felt that it was a pity that Ling Xiao's potential was higher than Li Xinghui's. In the future, he would definitely surpass Li Xinghui. It would be a pity if he died here today. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao had an impulse to laugh. Most of these people were seeing him for the first time. Hadn't they heard that he had defeated Li Xinghui in Tianfeng City? He would never lose to someone who had won once. Ling Xiao, your potential is indeed good. I didn't expect that you're stronger than me. Li Xinghui stood there and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He said, however, you have to understand that no matter how strong your potential is, you'll still die if you don't have strength. In his eyes, it was as if Ling Xiao had already become a corpse. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you're right. Without strength, it's useless no matter how good your potential is. If you die, you'll have nothing left. It's a pity that you're the only one who will die today. Shameless boasting, Li Xinghui shouted. Don't think that you can still defeat me today just because you've defeated me before. With your strength, you'll only be an average disciple in the Sky Ninja Academy. The latent dragon camp is not even worth mentioning. Wan Bin was probably the one who ordered Li Xinghui to belittle the latent dragon camp in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was unhappy, but he couldn't be calculative with a level 7 martial master. He could only hold back his anger for the time being. Seeing Lin Zhe's expression, Wan Bin laughed secretly. He pretended to glare at Li Xinghui and said, nonsense? How can the latent dragon camp's strength be slandered by a brat like you? Although they lost the sparring matches at the end of the month, you can't say that. Li Xinghui said indifferently, I'm frank and outspoken. I'm just speaking the truth. If I've offended General Lin in the latent dragon camp, please forgive me. Frank and outspoken. Ling Xiao was the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp, and he respected Lin Zhe. Li Xinghui's slandering of Lin Zhe and the latent dragon camp had already made him very unhappy. Hee, I wanted to give you a chance because it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to the martial master realm. However, your words have already made me very unhappy. If I can't defeat you in 6 moves, I'll kill myself on the spot. Ling Zhao's words were cold and resolute. However, as soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.